Hello, my name is Catherine Johnson. I am the policy coordinator for the Tennessee State Board of Education. I just want to take a moment and welcome all of the Standards Recommendation Committee members, as well as anyone of the public joining today's meeting. This is the first meeting of the Standards Recommendation Committee for Math. We have several individuals from State Board staff joining us today, as well as some external partners. We have Amy Owen, the Director of Policy and Research, Nathan James, our Director of Legislative and External Affairs, and Dr. Sarah Morrison, the Executive Director of the State Board of Education. We also have Dr. Stephanie Kolich, a professor at UT Martin, who served as the chair of the Standards Development Committee. All of these individuals will be presenting throughout the course of the morning. The math standards process for the state of Tennessee is very extensive, and the Standards Recommendation Committee is the third and final group of individuals that meets to use their expertise to review and revise the standards before submitting their final recommendations to the state board for vote. With that, I would like to go ahead and pass it on to our Director of Policy and Research, Amy Owen.
Thank you, Catherine, and good morning, everybody. We appreciate you joining us bright and early for an exciting day to talk about math standards. I'm going to read a letter of necessity, which is required for an electronic meeting of this sort. Pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 844-108B3, the Tennessee Standards Recommendation Committee, or SRC, by and through the State Board of Education, submits this letter as its determination of necessity for its meeting of the Mathematics SRC held via WebEx at 9 a.m. on September 11th, 2020. Pursuant to TCA Sections 49(1), 311 through 313, the SRC shall propose any needed revisions to the Tennessee academic standards at a minimum of every 6 years to the State Board. In order to meet its statutory requirement, this meeting was called to consider revisions to the Tennessee Academic Standards for Math. In addition, the State Textbook and Instructional Materials Quality Commission established an adoption cycle for mathematics textbooks, and the standards review process must be completed prior to textbook adoption for math. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because members of the SRC reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for purposes of this meeting. As such, the SRC is meeting via WebEx on September 11th, 2020 to consider revisions to the standards for mathematics. Notice of the meeting was posted on the State Board's website, along with the agenda and instructions for accessing the WebEx. This meeting is also being recorded, and the recording will serve as the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I want to go ahead and have Nathan James and Dr. Sarah Morrison share some words with our committee members.
Great. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Amy. Great to see all of you. And I think I owe this group an apology. The last call, I was in the car with my 2 small children. And those of you that are parents or pet owners know that sometimes sometimes there's no keeping them out of your work world these days. So I apologize for that last time. Really excited, though, to dig into the work with you all today. This represents sort of our launching off into the real review process. And just before we get into that, and we're thrilled to have Stephanie with us, as Catherine mentioned, to help ground us in the work of the Educator Committee, just wanted to offer a few thoughts about the role and the charge, again, of this group before you begin your work in earnest. I don't have to tell you all this because we've got so many educators on this commission, but educating children really is the most important work that we do as a society, as educators certainly, and standards are the foundation. They're at the core of that work. So your role in this capacity on the review committee as a state official could not be more important. You were selected and honored by your past contributions and your expertise to be the voice of our educators across the state as we think about this final step in the review process. it's an impressive group too. I've looked across the bios, and we've got so many unique perspectives. All of you I know are committed to making sure that we've got the strongest possible standards to serve our students across Tennessee. And what we've tried to do at the staff level is to pull together information on the process, the feedback that we've collected, the work of the educator committees, which again, Stephanie will talk to you about in much more detail here in a minute, to assist you in this final review phase. It's a critical piece to the review process, and as some of you know, Shannon I know in particular, who's been on this journey with us before on an SRC in the past, it's one of the most comprehensive review processes in the country when it comes to standards review, and I think that is for a real key reason. And again, as we said, the standards are the foundation for the instructional materials, the assessments, all the small choices and big choices that are made across the state in terms of how we ensure that students know and can do the things that are necessary to progress through our system. So this morning, once you elect a chair and a vice chair, and Nathan's going to talk to you through that here in just a moment, you'll hear from Stephanie about the heart of the educator review committee's work and all the time and energy they've spent reviewing and reflecting the public feedback, their own education expertise in the draft that comes before you today. And I'll just say before I toss it over to Nathan for a few last thoughts, we are depending on you. You were selected because, again, you've got so many impressive past experiences, expertise. Please don't be shy. Speak up and let us know when you have questions, when you see things that need to be further addressed. We really are relying on you to make sure that these standards are as good as they can be as we send them out to serve as the foundation for math for our students in Tennessee. That's why you were selected. So don't be shy. We look forward to your feedback and your engagement today. And Nathan, I'll send it over to you for just a few more thoughts about the charge before we begin in earnest.
So I'm going to go through for the committee here. I'm going to go through the legal requirements and what was going on when this was created. Keep in mind that in 2015 we were in the midst of one of the larger sort of political fights that I guess I've seen in my time in Tennessee politics, and I've been in this stuff since '98, and that was over the Common Core state standards. To be very clear, you have 49-1-309 was passed at this time, which made it clear that no educational standards could be imposed by the federal government. And adoption of state educational standards must be done in the manner that we've got here today. This was a very clear statement by the legislature that they wanted Tennessee specific standards, and that they wanted it to be done in a transparent and independent way. 49-1-310 was also passed at the same time, and this specifically outlaws the implementation of Common Core standards. It required the cancellation of any memorandums of understanding with the National Governors Association, the Council of Chief School Officers, and it specifically requires that the standards that we select in Tennessee be the best they can be for Tennessee's students. Now we get to 49-1-312, and that is the Standards Recommendation Committee, which all of you serve on. And this was a new process. It says there is created a Standards Recommendation Committee. The committee shall be composed of 10 members. The governor shall appoint 4. The Speaker of the Senate, the governor, shall appoint 3. And the Speaker of the House of Representatives shall appoint 3. The Standards Recommendation Committee shall evaluate the recommendations of the 2 Standards Review Development Committees. That's the feature committees. It said 2 in this case because it was the last iteration of this was divided into English language arts and math in the same committee. The development, that is to say, the Standards Review Development Committees and post those recommendations on the website. Now, here's your strong charge. The Standards Recommendation Committee shall make the final recommendations as to the new set of standards to the State Board, which shall adopt sets of standards in ELA and mathematics that fit the needs of Tennessee students in kindergarten. The only other addition in that section is the portion that makes you all subject to legislative confirmation. But what this means is that these standards are yours. What comes to you, if you're not comfortable with, push back on it. If you have an amendment to make an amendment on it. These are for you to own, and what the state will have for the next several years is very much up to you. Remember that standards are set at the state level, but the curricula to implement those individual standards, that's all left to the LEA. So for those of you, and we've got a couple on that have served on the SRC in the past, remember that this process is going to be a little bit different in that meeting electronically, we can't do things like without objection so ordered. We can't take any action of the Standards Recommendation Committee without there being a roll call vote. And that is specifically required in law because we are not meeting in person. So I would say be ready to do that. And above all, members of this committee need to push to make these standards as excellent as they can be for Tennessee. I want to send it back to Sarah.
Thanks, Nathan. Before we move on, I think we've got nearly all of our committee members on now, and I wanted to take just a moment to let you all introduce yourselves to each other. Again, this would be something in person that we would be able to spend a little bit more time and perhaps do more effectively, but I want to make sure you have a chance to know what an impressive group you are. So, Catherine, do you have the list there? Do you want to run through, or how's the best way to go from one member to the next, and just give us a brief hello and your role in your current day job? If you've had involvement with the standards recommendation work in the past, note that for us as well, so we know who we can turn to along the way for advice. But Catherine, and I toss it back over to you, and you can kind of go through the list of members who we have for quick introduction.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and take this opportunity to establish quorum as well. So I will call your name. You can let us know if you're here, and then just share a little bit about yourself. Benita Albert. Teresa Boston.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name, I seem to have a code.
Anybody who's not speaking needs to go ahead and mute their line while Teresa's talking.
There you go.
And then, Teresa, it looks like you may be on two devices, so you may want to mute your computer if you're speaking through your phone.
I'm actually not speaking through my phone, but let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but we're still getting a little feedback. And now you're muted again.
Okay. I'm not sure what.
Catherine, you might need to mute while she's trying to talk. See if that helps.
Okay. Let's mute this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Teresa Boston. I serve as the chairman of the board for Cumberland County Board of Education. This is my second term. My day job is I'm a legal assistant for Randall R. Boston, who happens to also be my husband. So I've been in the legal field for about 27 years. I'm very excited to serve on this standards board, although I will humbly admit I have no idea what I'm doing. So if y'all will help me through this, we'll make the best decisions that we can, and I'm ready to carry on.
Great. Thank you so much, Teresa. Leslie Clifton.
Hi, can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. I am Leslie Clifton. I am from Kingsport, and I am beginning my 33rd year as a middle school teacher at the very same school. I love what I do. I have taught science and math over these 32 years. I have never been on a standards board. but I'm excited to look and to plan ahead for our math educators for the future.
Great. Thank you so much, Leslie. Shannon Duncan.
Hi, everyone. It's really great to see some familiar faces. Hi, Sarah. And people that I met at the confirmation hearing. I'm currently the Director of Student Services for Tullahoma City Schools. I served as an administrator before that at the high school and a classroom teacher for 10 years before that. I also just rolled off of my second term as a seated school board member for Coffee County Schools. And with this obligation and 2 children in middle school, I did not seek re-election, but it was a great experience. And I also had the privilege of serving on the first standards review committee that Nathan talked about that was fresh off of the 2015 controversy. So that was the Math and ELA Standards Review Committee at the time, and then also served on the Social Studies Standards Review Committee after that. So this is my third go-round, and I'm glad to be back and part of the process again.
Great. Thank you so much, Shannon. Edmund Ford.
Can everybody hear me? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Very quickly about me, my name is Edmund Ford Jr. I am from Memphis, Tennessee, but Nashville was my home for 11 years. I taught in the Metropolitan Nashville Public System for 3. I taught in the Shelby County School System for 11 and a half. I taught Algebra 1 all the way to AP Calculus. And I got a few other roles as well. I wear a lot of hats. I was on the Memphis City Council for 11 years. I transitioned to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, where I'm serving my 3rd year out of a 4-year term. And I'm also working with Mayor Jim Strickland as the Senior Financial Literacy Coordinator for the Memphis Public Library System. So I consider Nashville my home as well, but Memphis is where I was raised. And I plan on working as hard as I can on this committee. I look forward to working with everybody and learning from everybody. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Edmund. Rita Sowell. And apologies if I pronounce anyone's names incorrectly.
Good morning. I'm Rita. I'm happy to serve on this committee. I've got 31 years of experience at Volunteer State Community College, teaching all areas of mathematics. I do not have any experience on any committee of this type, but I'm excited to be a part of it. I live east of Nashville in Mount Juliet.
Great. Thank you so much, Rita. Karen Vogelsang. Joseph Wingfield.
Hello, my name is Joseph Wingfield. Pleasure to be serving on my first Math Standards Recommendation Committee. I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and run a small family business called Wingfield Scale Company. We're 83 years old. It's an honor for me to follow in the footsteps of my grandfather and my dad. And I've not from an educational background, but I have 5 boys, 3 of whom are in the Hamilton County public school system, and I check plenty of math homework and prep for tests.
Great, thank you. And then I would like to just go ahead and circle back to Benita Albert. I believe you are muted. On your screen, there should be a little, if you move your mouse a little bit, there should be a, oh, there you go.
You got me? Okay. Sorry, I'm slow to enter. I had technical problems, but that's the story of my life, it seems. I'm Benita Albert. I taught at Oak Ridge High School for 44 years, chairman of the math department. I've done a lot of work with the state and with other states. I spend a lot of time training teachers through the College Board in the Advanced Placement Program. So I've been across the Southeast and have worked not only with the calculus, which is their major assignment, but with math programs across the Southeast as well. So I'm excited to be back with the state of Tennessee and looking at a really, really important set of documents. Don't know what else because I didn't hear what I was supposed to tell you about my intros, but I am retired now. So I'm working here from home today. Nice to meet everyone. Wish I had heard all those bios.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Benita. I am sure that that you will get to know everyone over the course of today. Okay. Is there anyone that I missed?
I think you missed Ken Berger, Catherine.
Oh, I did. Go ahead, Ken Berger. Sorry about that. Can you hear us?
We can keep working on that if we need to.
Yes, we will go ahead and come back to Ken Berger in a moment if we can get it working. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take it back to Nathan James as he will help us in the process of electing our chair and vice chair.
Oh, all right. So this is the way a newly formed body would go about the process of electing a chair, vice chair, officers, and so on. And it'll be relatively quick and painless as far as that goes. And from that point on, your own chair or vice chair, acting in the chair's stead, will preside over your committee from this point forward. So the first thing is, since we have established a quorum, how many members do we have present? We have 7 now? 6? Or?
Yes, we have 7.
So 7 members. Okay. Okay. And as I understand, 8 of 9 have been appointed by the respective authorities. I did speak with the Speaker of the House of Representatives yesterday, and I'm expecting a 9th appointee in time. In the meantime, since you all have not had the customary time to be able to speak and talk with each other in advance, and as you realize that some of those conversations could be considered deliberative, we would need to have a nomination. You can self-nominate, you can nominate a colleague, and then the person nominated once seconded, and we would see if there are any other nominations, and we'd have brief comments from that person, and then we would go through a vote. And when an election vote is done by roll call, the response is by responding with the individual's last name. Several of you have served on other public boards, and you're probably quite familiar with this process. At this point in time, I'll call the Standards Recommendation Committee to order an organizational session. And I would ask, does any member seek recognition for the purpose of nominating a colleague or themselves for the office of chair?
Catherine, I had reached out to you via email, having been through this process twice before and seeing the function and the process and the different tasks and organizational components of this, I had self-nominated just to serve this committee in any way possible and help this process to be as effective and efficient as possible.
I would second that.
Okay. Ms. Duncan nominates herself, seconded by Mr. Wingfield. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing no nominations, I'll ask Ms. Duncan to make some remarks, and then we'll go into the process of formally closing nominations and taking the vote.
Sorry, I guess I got ahead of myself with the remarks. No, I'll just kind of briefly repeat what I'd previously said in that I wish to bring the experience and whatever knowledge and experience that I gleaned the first couple go-rounds to this committee in an effort to continue to serve and help to make this the best process and help the committee in producing the excellent results that the state has charged us with.
Seeing no further nominations, I declare that nominations are closed. And I would ask Ms. Johnson to call the roll. When your name is called, you'll respond. Duncan, proceed.
Benita Albert.
Duncan.
Benita Albert.
Duncan.
Great. Teresa Boston.
Teresa Boston is muted.
Yes.
Leslie Clifton.
Duncan.
Edmund Ford.
Duncan.
Rita Sowell.
Duncan.
Joseph Wingfield.
Duncan.
Shannon Duncan.
Duncan.
Great. We have 7 for Duncan.
All right. All right. Well, Shannon Duncan is elected as your chair, and we will proceed to the election of the vice chair, and we'll turn it over to her to preside for the remainder of the time. The floor is now open for nominations for the office of vice chair. If we were in person, why, we could just do a without objection or raise your hand, and it goes a lot faster, but we can't do that this way. For vice chairman. Is any member willing to serve as vice chair?
Mr. James, I have a question real quick. I know that there was an email. I think there was another person that also wanted to be nominated. I don't know if they're present or not.
That individual, unfortunately, is not currently present.
Okay. Well, I don't know who. It would have been appropriate to nominate them if they're not present, but I will yield back to the body.
There's no rule saying you can't nominate a member who isn't present, so that's entirely up to you.
Ms. Johnson, do you have that name by any chance?
Yes, it is Karen Vogelsang.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and make it a formal motion. I move to nominate Ms. Vogelsang as the vice chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Rita Sowell seconds. So the nominations were Ms. Vogelsang in absentia. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, Ms. Johnson, if you'll call the roll, and the response would be Vogel.
Benita Albert.
Vogelsang.
Teresa Boston.
Vogelsign.
Leslie Clifton.
Vogelsign.
Shannon Duncan. Edmund Ford.
Vogelsang.
Rita Sowell.
Vogelsign.
Joseph Wingfield.
I'll abstain because I've never met her and she's not present.
Shannon Duncan.
Vogelsang.
Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes for Vogelsang.
With that, we have elected our chair and vice chairman, and at this point in time, that concludes the organizational session, and I turn it over to the chair. I'll be available at any time, whether I'm on or not. If there's a parliamentary question that comes up, any of my colleagues can text me if I'm not on the open right now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. James. Catherine, I assume you want me to just keep going down the agenda for the day.
Correct.
You may have something, you may want to do some lead in before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, with that, we are going to go ahead and pass it on to Dr. Stephanie Kolich. As I mentioned at the beginning, she served as the chair of the Standards Development Committee, as well as the chair of the high school team for the Educator Advisory Team. She has also served in these positions in previous standards review cycles. So we are happy to have her share her knowledge of the process this far. So Stephanie, whenever you're ready.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I apologize for being late. I was having trouble getting signed in, and I am happy to see all of you. Catherine, are you going to run the slides for me?
I am.
Okay, so if you will go on to the next slide. So my last name is Kolich. It's a weird name. I blame it on my husband. Y'all can call me Stephanie. I am a professor of mathematics at the University of Tennessee at Martin, and I'm currently serving as both the director of accreditation for our institution and as the interim director of our institutional research. So I do a lot of things with math in what I do. Next slide, please. So I thought I would just give you a little bit of information about how I've been involved with things over the past several years. As you can see, I've looked at standards through a variety of lenses. I've not only been on standards review teams, but I've looked at TN Ready things. Before that, I looked at Park things. I served on a math leadership team back in 2013. I've looked at things moving from high school to college, and so there are a variety of lenses that I'm bringing to apply to this process. So if you'll go on to the next slide, please. I wanted to kind of describe what has occurred so far. Next slide. So when I first got involved in the process this year, we were provided a round of public review and feedback from the Southern Regional Educational Board. So this is an opportunity for the public to come in and provide comments and look at the existing standards as they are, tell us what they think should happen, what should be changed, what should be kept, and so on. That feedback was provided to 3 educator advisory teams. So the first team covered K-5, the second team covered 6-8, and the last team covered 9-12. And we spent a couple of months in these educator advisory teams looking at the public review and the feedback together with our own experiences and just deciding what, if anything, needed to be changed with our current standards. Once that process was completed, those recommendations went to the Standards Development Committee. That consisted of members from each of the previous 3 teams, and we were brought together to look at the full set of standards from kindergarten through grade 12. After that, the recommendations were presented to public for the review and feedback, and we'll get into that a little bit later. And now we're up to you. Your job is to look at these standards one more time, look at the public review and feedback, and make some recommendations. So next slide, please. So I want to begin by looking at the educator advisory teams. As I said, we were given the SREB public feedback on each of the standards. SREB actually came in and met with us. This was pre-COVID, so we could actually meet face-to-face. They provided an overview. They looked at in a sense, the most controversial standards, the ones that got the most feedback and so on. And then we were provided great big notebooks with all of the details, much like what you've been given electronically. We were also given a report on 612 alignment. So that means that there was a separate study done on how well the standards beginning in grade 6 and going through high school lead to college and career readiness. So next slide, please. So the educator advisory teams looked at the clarity of the wording of the standards. We wanted to identify any gaps that might exist. So, for example, if you wanted in an early grade for a student to be able to count from 1 to 10 fluently, and then in a later grade to count from 1 to 10,000 fluently, you probably need some steps in there to move them along that line from counting to 1 to 10 and counting 1 to 10,000. There's some other things that need to be considered there. So we want to make sure that we didn't have any of those gaps, that we had the scaffolding built in to develop students. We wanted to check vertical alignment. Now, what that means is that as you leave one grade level, you're moving smoothly into the next grade level. And what happens is usually K-5 works really, really well, 6-8 works really, really well, 9-12 works really, really well. But when you start looking at jumping from 5th grade to 6th grade, so you're changing teams, or from 8th grade to 9th grade, so you're changing teams again, sometimes one team will assume that the prior grades will be doing something, and the prior grades will be assuming that the later grades are doing something, and that will create a gap. Or sometimes a later team will be assuming that the earlier grades are not doing something, so they'll add a standard, and vice versa. So you'll get some duplication. Something that occurs in 8th grade might also occur in 9th grade. Rather than building on it, you're repeating the same thing. These teams also looked at existing examples, whether or not additional examples needed to be provided. In high school especially, there were frequent comments that there was too much in a particular grade level or in a particular course. So one of the things we looked at was balancing the load. Are there standards that we could move into different grade levels or different courses that would kind of balance what students were expected to learn? And then the high school team also looked at college and career alignment. Are we preparing students appropriately to move directly into college or directly into their career? Next slide, please. Now, in kindergarten through grade 5 and in grades 6 through 8, those teams didn't have to do a lot of heavy lifting. There weren't any major overhaul, revisions, anything that could be considered controversial. Primarily, they looked at filling gaps, clarifying wording. They provided a few additional examples to help clarify the meaning of the standards. There were a few standards that were moved to different grade levels because they fit better in other places, but overall, nothing major occurred in K-5 or 6-8 with the educator advisory teams. Next slide. When you get into high school, things look different because we were looking at not only what was in the traditional scope, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry, and the integrated sequence, Math 1, 2, and 3, but we're also looking at the preparation for moving on to college and careers. And we looked at what every student needed to know in the first 3 years of high school. And what is considered essential learning for math has shifted focus in recent years. We have a greater emphasis on statistics. We have a greater emphasis on graphs. We have a greater emphasis on mathematical modeling to figure out what's going on in the world. And so we wanted to bring those kinds of things into those first 3 years. Well, if you're going to bring more information in, you've got to move something else to make room for it. And so we had to make some decisions about what should be included and what should not be included. All right, so next slide, please. Now, feeding into this, we also have some members on the high school team that are simultaneously serving on another group called the Tennessee Mathematics Alignment Group. This was a group convened by the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, and we're looking specifically at that college to career pathway or high school to college, high school to career pathway. We were given a lot of reports in this other group from the Mathematical Association of America, the American Statistics Association, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Those are all 3 national organizations on mathematics and education. The Dana Center is a group out of the University of Texas that looks specifically at college and career readiness as well as some other things. All of these reports advocating including more statistics, more modeling, building better connections, and greater understanding in the first 3 years of high school courses. So if we're going to focus on that, then we've got to get rid of some other things. So next slide, please. And we've talked about this. We want to increase coursework in stats, understanding, and using data, decrease coursework that prepared students for limited career choices, and I'll give you some examples in a minute. Increase the understanding of the relationship between geometry and algebra, and increase opportunities to explain and justify mathematical thinking and solve more complex problems. So we're focusing more on understanding and explaining and communicating, bringing the statistics in, and moving things out that prepare you for only limited career choices. So, next slide. So, here are some examples of the topics we have removed from those first 3 years. Now, that doesn't mean they've been removed from the curriculum. They've just been removed from those first 3 high school years. Completing the square to solve a quadratic equation. We already covered some other ways to do that. And completing the square, while it's important, usually in careers, you only do that if you're in a STEM career. And the same is true of finding zeros of polynomials with degrees greater than 3. So there are some fundamental things that you need to build about polynomials. You need to understand what a polynomial is. You need to understand what a zero is. But when you get into polynomials of degree greater than 3, you're really trading into primarily STEM fields and not preparation for any field. We have moved rational functions to pre-calculus. We've moved complex numbers to pre-calculus. We've moved trigonometric identities in the unit circle to pre-calculus. We have removed formal proofs of geometric theorems. Now, as a mathematician, that really hurt me. But we wanted to focus more on understanding and explanation in those first 3 years than we did on the mechanics of formal proofs. We can develop the mechanics later. We've got to understand things first. So next slide, please. So some of the things we have added instead are increasing the understanding between geometry and algebra. And one way to do that is to talk about geometric formulas as functions. So that allows us to bring some of the ideas from functions into these geometric formulas. For example, if we're looking at the volume of a cylinder, if we see it as a function, we can talk about more easily the effect that doubling the height has on the volume and doubling the radius. So the doubling the radius would have a larger effect on the volume than doubling the height would, for example. We've brought in matrices because matrices are becoming more and more a popular way, a well-known way. I'm not quite sure what the wording is, but it's becoming more prevalent in modeling and operations. And then these last 3 things are all related to bringing statistics in. So we're looking at measures of center to compare data sets. We're looking at z-scores. We're looking at potential sources of bias. So we're trying to implant some of those ideas with statistics a little earlier. There have been, before we go on, there have been some concerns noted in some other things about leaving out topics that appear on ACT or on NAEP exams, national exams, and we see this as a trade-off. We're removing some topics that appear on these exams. We're bringing in some other topics like matrices that appear on these exams, and so we were very careful to make sure we were not going to harm the students as we traded these topics out. All right. So next slide, please. So before we go any further, do you have any questions about what the educator advisory teams did? So these people did the bulk of the changes in the wording and the shifting things around.
Stephanie, this is Joseph Wingfield. You gave a list of things you eliminated or removed. Some of them were replaced. You mentioned like pre-calculus or different subjects, different classes. Others were, I understand, were removed altogether.
I really don't think we removed anything altogether. Most of what we removed actually are things that lead to calculus and lead to STEM fields, and so most of those things were already included in pre-calculus.
Okay.
And now we're moving the emphasis to you are learning about them for the first time in pre-calculus rather than repeating what you've done in earlier grades.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Ford. Could I jump in real quick, or does somebody else want to get that? Dr. Cullors, just like you were going to respond back to that, so I'll yield to you.
No, I was going to let you go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, very quickly, and first of all, thank you very much for your professional input and insight on what we're talking about today, and thank you to the educator advisory teams. My question is basically on some of the work where it appears that the most onerous gap has been between the 8th grade and the 9th grade, according to what I've seen so far. And I understand the juggling, especially I taught a lot of 9th grade. I taught 9th through 12, but it was mostly 9th grade, and I noticed a lot of those gaps. during the process, was it more about making sure that there was an equilibrium between what was going to be taught, what was going to be shifted, what would be on those ACT and SATs, or was more the emphasis on, I believe, ensuring that real life processes were being taught throughout?
We actually considered both. Now, if you ask about emphasis, the emphasis was on moving some things further down the line to make room for bringing these real life applications in and bringing the statistics in and so on. You mentioned the 8th grade. We did do a lot of running back and forth. When we were meeting in person, we literally ran to the other team and said, okay, what are you doing with these 3 standards? Because we want to move them out of 9th grade math and move them back into 8th grade math. And they would come to us and say, we think this would be better in high school rather than in 8th grade. Can you add that in? And so there was a lot of back and forth communication where we were trying to address those gaps. And we really want to open the door for more of the real life applications to be brought into the first 3 years in high school. And so that was one of the main reasons we were getting rid of some of those things in those first 3 years and moving them into pre-calculus so we could open that space for more practical applications.
Okay, my last question, when all of that juggling was going on, did it make it more of a task to vertically align everything? Because I know, just like with a vehicle, if you start moving other things around, you might have to realign everything again. And that's my last question.
It did make it a task, but the last thing that the high school group did was look at the standards by strand. And so when I say a strand, I'm talking about we would look at all of the geometry standards as they flowed through those 3 grades, or we would look at all the statistics standards as they flowed through those 3 grades. We looked at the algebra standards as they flowed through those 3 grades, and we wanted to make sure that flow was appropriate, that the building of the concepts was appropriate, the vertical alignment was there, we didn't have any gaps, and so on. So we deliberately looked at that as the last thing we did before we turned those standards over to the next group.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coolidge. Appreciate it.
Any other questions before we go on?
Yes, ma'am, I had one. So our students that are going through K-12 schools right now, if you go back to 2014, they have been through Common Core standards. They have been through the first set of Tennessee academic math standards. And now we're making needed revisions again. One of the concerns that I've fielded from 9th grade, I'll piggyback onto Mr. Ford's question, from 9th grade algebra teachers specifically, is a lack of some of the concrete foundational math skills that are needed for 9th grade for algebra. To go on into it, we're having a lot of students, again, in the 2 districts that I've worked with, struggling with algebra 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that's a byproduct of a bit of the whiplash in changes of standards and how things were taught and the focus going to conceptual understanding. Do you feel that the changes that are made now, while beneficial in the long run, do you feel that our current students who have been through these multiple changes are going to still be successful, or that there's going to, part of my concern now is creating more gaps for them?
I really don't think we are creating as many new gaps as we did in the last round of changes. There's a lot more continuity this time between the existing standards and what we're proposing as the new standards. Really, the difference would be, if there are gaps, the differences in the gaps are going to occur with the statistics strand. Excuse me. And I really think that that is probably the only place where gaps may be created, because we're really taking out a lot of the stuff that they would be learning, they would be responsible for learning right now. So the some of the algebra, a lot of the trig, and so on, we didn't introduce anything new in those areas. Matrices are kind of self-contained within a grade level, so they're not necessarily spread out over 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. We tried to keep those grouped together as much as possible. So there may be a few gaps, but I don't think it's going to be as excruciating to the students as the last round was.
Madam Chair, this is Amy Owen on the board staff. May I jump in a moment? Thank you. I do want to emphasize that the standards process does have a lot of time built in to prepare for these changes. You all are working this fall. The standards will not be approved by the state board until their February 2021 meeting. They hear everything on 2 readings. Then we have several years for the state and local textbook adoption period to occur, during which there's also going to be an opportunity for us to work with the Department of Education, with math teachers associations, and with LEAs to prepare guidance documents like the instructional focus documents to indicate what has changed and if there are any areas where there may be shifts. For example, if a student was in 8th grade 1 year and the standards change, what might they need to have some quick catch up on? So that's just something for y'all to consider. These standards will not be implemented until the fall of the 2023 school year. So we do have time to prepare for these. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I wasn't sure, and that answered a question, another question, that we were facing a textbook adoption in what was scheduled for 2022. So I think that's been pushed back a little bit. Again, it sounds like, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions before we move on? Okay, Catherine, are you ready to take me to the Standards Development Committee? So just go on to the next one. So the Standards Development Committee, remember, was the next group that looked at this. It consisted of members from the earlier educator advisory teams. We worked in March, and we looked at things that were related to Mr. Ford's question about the gaps, especially moving from one set of grades to the next set of grades. So we looked at the standards by the strand rather than by the grade level. So we looked at all the geometry standards from start to finish. We looked at all the algebra standards from start to finish. We looked at the statistics standards from start to finish. And our focus was primarily on clarity and consisting of wording. And we looked at any remaining gaps that might still be in there. We looked at vertical alignment, especially moving from 6-8 to high school and moving from K-5 to 6-8. But 6-8 to high school tends to be the place where you're going to introduce those gaps or duplication if it's going to occur. Right, next slide, please. We made a few changes. We didn't do anything major. Mostly what we did was look at the wording, we looked at the notation, we looked at the examples, made a couple of changes in them. We also rewrote the introduction, so each grade and each course has a 1 or 2 page introduction that describes the content of the course, and we wanted to make sure that those introductions reflected what was now in the courses after we had made any of the changes. So do you have questions about this group? Okay, moving on. Once we were done, we turned the standards over to the state board, and they went back to the Southern Regional Educational Board and asked them to do that survey again, to look at the old standards, look at the new standards, provide feedback on what the recommendations were coming out of our committee. And so I looked at the results of this, and I wanted to point out a couple of things for you to think about that I think will help you as you go through this process. And the first thing I want to bring to your attention is that the tables and graphs can be a little bit misleading. So I wanted to give you a couple of examples about what that was talking about. So next slide. This is an example from one of those reports. It's for one of the standards, and it doesn't matter which standard it is. But essentially, the reviewers were provided the statement of the standard as it is now, then the recommendation coming out of that last committee, and they were asked to either agree with the standard, which we took to mean agree with the changes that the committee has recommended, to revert back to the original standard, to give us information about whether they thought the standard needed some additional changes. Did we go far enough? Was there something else that needed to be done? Whether that standard needed to be moved to a different grade level, and whether that standard needed to be removed completely from the curriculum. So next slide. So I wanted to give you a couple of examples. So here's an example from Algebra 2. It's from the functions strand. And our committee thought this was a pretty good statement of what we wanted to occur, so we recommended no change. So next slide. Now let me remind you, the respondents could either agree with the standard, revert to the original standard, provide changes, move the standard to a different grade level, or remove the standard. That's off the slide. In this case, our committee was not go back one, please. In this case, our committee was not recommending a change to this standard. So in this case, agreeing with the standard and reverting to the original standard essentially mean the same thing. We don't want to change the wording. So those two numbers should probably be added together when you're looking at these results. All right, now next slide, please. So here's one with geometry, and this is something that has been moved to a later course, and it's being removed from the geometry class. And the next slide has those respondents' choices again. And so in this case, we are asking that this standard be removed. So does agreeing with the standard, agreeing with the revision, really mean you're agreeing with the original standard the way it is? Or does it mean that you're agreeing that that standard should be removed? That one's going to need a little bit of interpretation. So kind of keep that in mind. Whenever we say we need to remove the standard, these choices don't quite line up with what has actually occurred. The next slide. So in the high school standards, we have a scope and clarification column as a separate piece from the standard. And when these standards were presented to the public for feedback, that scope and clarification piece was not presented to the public as part of the standard, and this caused some problems. So moving to the next slide. Here is an example of where it caused some problems. So in Algebra 1, the standard is to graph functions expressed algebraically and show key features of the graph by hand and using technology. Now, functions is a wide open term. There are all kinds of things that go into this, and so if this is all you're given, this is an overwhelming standard. So if you'll go to the next page, or the next slide, please. Here are some of the comments that we received. Can this be more clear? There needs to be clarifications. We need to define key features. It's not specific enough. The revision is too vague. This is very subjective. This is very broad. So clearly, the people who reviewed these standards were upset about the way this standard was presented to them. And they had very good reason for being upset. So if you'll go to the next slide, the scope and clarification was included in Algebra 1. So function types are limited to linear, exponential, quadratic, and absolute value. So instead of any and every function you can think of, we are looking at specifically 4 types of functions. And within those 4 types of functions, it's very clear what the key features are. So if you're talking about a linear function, you're talking about the intercepts, you're talking about the slope, you're talking about whether or not that function is increasing, decreasing, or constant. That's pretty much all there is to a key feature. The same type of thing occurs with exponential and quadratic and absolute value functions. If I know what the functions are, then I know what I need to do with them. But the public was not given this piece of information. So as you go through the standards, make sure you're looking at the scope and clarifications as well. Right. So if you'll go to the next slide, one of the reasons that we did not include the scope and clarification as part of the standard, the way it is in kindergarten through grade 8, is we want to be able to say that the traditional sequence, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry, and the integrated sequence have exactly the same set of standards. If you put that scope and clarification in as part of the standard itself, then they no longer have the same set of standards. So we've moved that scope and clarification off so that we can tailor the standard to fit the scope of the appropriate course that it appears in. And those standards may appear more than once in the integrated sequence especially. They may appear in Integrated Math 1, Integrated Math 2, Integrated Math 3, but each course has different scopes, different sets of functions, for example, that it's looking at. And so we've tailored those standards to the course by adding the scope and clarification. All right. If you'll go to the next slide, this to me is the most interesting piece of information that you get out of these surveys when you look at the comments. Now, the comments on the surface can be contradictory, they can be confusing, they can be focused on things other than the standard. And so, especially if you're new to this process, one of the things you want to know is, what do I do with these comments? How do I interpret them? So I wanted to give you a few examples of comments and let you kind of see what I have learned over the years as I've been involved in these different things. So if you'll go to the next slide, here's an example from the 5th grade where you're talking about place value. And as mathematics professionals, this all makes sense to us. We know what this means. We know what it is. We've looked at where this should occur, what it means, what we should do with it. And so we're recommending that there's no change. If you go to the next slide, this tells you some of the comments that we got on this particular standard. One person advocated moving it to the 6th grade. One person advocated moving it to the earlier grade level, to 4th grade. One person says this is way too difficult for children to grasp. Then one person says this should be taught in K3. It's extremely difficult for 5th graders. It should be introduced in lower grades. So the responses are kind of all over the place. And they don't really give you, as a whole, they don't really give you a good guidance as to what to do with this. But the number of comments says that this should be looked at least one more time before final recommendations are made. So if I were on your committee, I would look at the strand as a whole. I would look at this particular standard's place within that strand. I want to make sure it's in the proper place. So look at the things that lead up to this standard. Do you have sufficient and appropriate scaffolding leading up to it? Do the things that occur in kindergarten through grade 4 appropriately support this standard? And do things beyond follow logically from this standard? So does it appropriately support related standards in grades 6 through 8? So kind of look at the place of this in the standard and make sure it's in the right place. if we'll go to the next slide, here's an example from 4th grade, and you'll see that the only change we've made is to add an example. Our previous comment said that this needed some examples to kind of explain what was going on. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see some of the comments. Add a for instance to the revision. It is unclear what is being asked for the learner to do. Well, our team thought we had done that. So what you might look at is the example that we gave appropriate? Does it clearly demonstrate what this standard is about? One person said this was too wordy. All right, so that tells me that maybe we need a way to differentiate between the examples and the standard. Maybe putting the example in italics or skipping a line in between the statement of the standard and the statement of the example. Something to differentiate the standard from the example might be appropriate here. Next slide. Some of the comments are not very clear when it comes to giving us an idea of what that person was talking about. So I saw in a couple of different places a comment about the difficulty of the topic. This standard is very hard to teach. It's very hard to explain. But we don't have the context for that. So is it because the concept we're trying to teach is a difficult concept? So for students, fraction division is a difficult concept. It doesn't matter who's teaching it. It doesn't matter what props they're using. It's a difficult cognitive concept to understand. Is it because of the way we have explained the standard or worded the standard that makes it look hard to explain? So those are the kinds of things to think about here. Is this a comment from someone who is new to the profession? It might be difficult for them as a new teacher, but it might not be difficult for a more experienced teacher. So we don't know the context. It is something we need to look at, but we need to think about the context as well. I also saw a couple of comments about numbering the standards. And what happens when you renumber the standards is things that they had set to go with the number of the existing standards may not match standard number 5, for example, in the new standards. And so that's not really part of your concern. Your concern is with the standards and making sure that the wording of the standards is right. Renumbering the standards is something that the LEAs and the teachers can deal with later. And I will tell you that when we moved from Common Core to the last set of Tennessee standards, we argued with the board about renumbering standards because we wanted to address exactly this issue. We wanted to make it easy for teachers to find resources. We lost that argument, and in retrospect, the Board of Education had the right idea. It actually makes more sense if those standards are numbered in order, even if it makes it a little more difficult for teachers to find corresponding resources from other places. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so here is a comment about the assessments. This standard has hardly been assessed, and the 2 standards that have been addressed with this standard have almost never been assessed. The assessments should not enter into your discussions other than, is the standard worded appropriately so that it actually can be assessed? All right. One thing you might look at is, do you need to provide an example? If there's something that hasn't been assessed, do you need to provide an example of what an assessment might look like? But you shouldn't let the assessments drive the need for the standards. All right, next comment, or next slide, please. So this one to me was a really interesting one. When I first sat on a standards review committee back years ago, this kind of response I would dismiss. And the more I've learned, the more important I have realized that these kinds of responses are. And so this person is clearly frustrated with whatever was going on with the standard that generated this comment. And so I wanted to see why this person was so upset. And so I dug a little deeper into these standards. This particular comment appears quite often in fifth grade standards, but it doesn't appear, as far as I could tell, in any of the other grade levels. So this person is really looking very deeply at fifth grade. And mathematicians, one of the things mathematicians do is look for patterns. So I wanted to see what the pattern was. When does this comment occur? And this person was providing this comment on standards that dealt with place value and with fractions and with volume. And so to me, it was interesting. That tells me that there's something going on in those three areas that's causing this person frustration. And it could be that this person is a parent that was suddenly homeschooling and having to interpret these standards. It could be that their students or their children are having difficulty with this. And so one of the things that you as reviewers could look at is the wording in these particular standards clear enough that non-mathematics professionals understand what it is they're trying to accomplish? Do we need some more examples? Do we need to tweak the wording? So to me, these kinds of things have become more and more important to me personally as I have done more and more of these reviews. This person is clearly upset and trying to communicate something, and we need to listen very carefully to what that person is trying to say. Next slide. So let me stop here. Do you have any questions about how I would go about looking at those reports? And again, this is my view. This is not necessarily the Department of Education's view, but if I were in your shoes, this is how I would use that public feedback.
I do want to just go ahead and add a little bit more context to the public survey. So when we looked at the raw data from the survey, we were about even on respondents from educators and then parents, with a few other different community members sprinkled in. And then the other piece of information that would be helpful is we actually had more respondents on the second public feedback survey than the first. The first one we had a little over 30,000 independent responses, and in this one we had closer to 45,000 independent responses to the surveys.
Madam Chair, I got a couple of questions, if it's okay.
Sorry, yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And Catherine, thank you for that, because that was actually going to be one of my first questions, because I know in one of the first slides it said that there were 83 reviews. How many respondents were there total? Well, let me ask it this way. I got to put my dissertation hat on for a quick second. How many respondents were there total, and do you know what percent feedback we got back?
I do not have the number. So the 45,000 is actual selections on standards versus individual people. I do not have the number of individual people at the moment, but I can look for it. What I will say is that no one went through and commented on every single grade level. People picked and chose specific grade levels to focus in on. So, for example, if someone was a high school teacher, odds are they focused in on the high school standards. If a parent had a child in elementary school, they probably focused in on a specific grade level or couple within elementary school.
Okay, and I understand that, because when you ask people to perform a survey, it's very difficult to get the percentage back, much less have somebody go through entire survey. Now, I haven't seen the survey, but I'm assuming it was sort of a mixed method survey where you had your quantitative as well as your qualitative.
Correct.
My other question on that is, I don't know if it was already addressed, but why was the public not given the qualitative portion of the survey results again? I know it's easier to do the quantitative because all you have to do is just calculate whatever your Likert scale says, and you're able to get that input out very well. But why was the public piece not, the qualitative piece not put out there again?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Do you mean why do we not have all of the individual responses to the survey posted on our website right now? Or
Well, I know that a lot of reviews and responses, it would be an onerous task in order to put all of the responses out there. But I know that there's somebody that looks at the qualitative data and they can come up with clusters of recommendations and concerns.
Gotcha. So we actually are very happy to make available the full suite of public responses. We did not post them on the website just because it's an extremely high volume, but we do have a way for anybody who wishes to access those to email tnstandards.review@tn.gov, and we're more than happy to share them. We did share the individual qualitative comments with the Educator Advisory Team and the Standards Development Committee from that first survey. And since the Standards Development Committee completed their first survey, now we have the second set of results, which we've shared with you.
Okay, excellent. And then just a couple more things, and I'll yield to the next person. And I agree with Dr. Colich that for non-math professionals, it sometimes is not clear enough, the standards where many of us who are on now can easily comprehend some of those math standards clear enough. Do you have any recommendations, Dr. Colich, on how we can remedy some of these contradictions and obscurity that you discussed in the slides, or would that be outside of the scope of this committee?
Well, when you're talking about writing a good standard, you need, especially in math, you need to make sure that the standard is mathematically correct. You need to make sure that you're using the correct mathematical language, that you also want to make the standard as succinct as possible. And by the time you do all of those three things, mathematics professionals are sometimes the only ones who understand just off the top of their head what all of those pieces are. And it's not necessarily clear to the public where we're going, because we, as a mathematics professional, we understand the movement as you go from one grade level to the next. We understand how things are built from scratch. We understand what should come before a particular standard, what that standard is leading into, and that's not always clear to the general public. And I don't think that the standards themselves is the appropriate place to explain all of that to a layperson. And I think that there are ways that we can do that. I don't think it should be within the standards. I think it should be in the introduction to the standards. I think it should that maybe as the teachers communicate with the parents, they can give a broad overview of this is what we're studying during this week, and this is how it fits into their general mathematical knowledge in a broader sense. But it's not something that needs to go within the standards. So I'm not sure that that's something that you as a committee need to worry about, unless there is an obvious way to tweak the wording of the standards as you're working through it. Does that kind of help?
That's where I was going with that last part that you said. So that's it. Thank you.
We do also have, as Stephanie mentioned, the introductory statements to each set of standards, which you're welcome to revise. The department produces instructional focus documents that provide even more detail to educators. And what we've had in prior standards recommendation committees is almost like a wish list that you keep track of as you go through, saying, I know it's not our job to communicate with parents, but I think this would be a really great thing to do. Or you should consider including this kind of resource in an appendix or in a training. So if you're finding things that would be on a wish list for follow-up, feel free to note those down and give them to staff.
Noted. Thank you.
I have a question for Stephanie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Stephanie, thank you for all of that information. This is Ken Berger, and I apologize for the technical problems I was having. When you talked about the public feedback and the 45,000 odd responses, do you have any information on the proportion of responses that were for grades K through 5, 6 through 8, or 9 through 12? Do you have any feel for where the most issues of concern were?
I am going to defer to Catherine on that.
We received the greatest number of respondents in K through 5. Then next, the number would be, grade band would be 6 through 8. And then finally, the least number of respondents in 9 through 12.
Isn't that interesting? Since we're hearing that some of the largest gaps were between 6 through 8 and 9 through 12, and yet they seem to have less concern from the public. Any idea?
Well,
Sorry.
another interesting piece of feedback is, or data, is that in the like K through 5 band, you'll see a much higher percentage of non-educator feedback. And when you get up to the 9 through 12 grade band, it's higher percentage of educator feedback. And our hypothesis is just because the general public is going to be more comfortable providing feedback on standards that they clearly understand, which is most likely going to be at the K through 5 level. I know, like, I went all the way through calculus in high school, but I still would not feel comfortable commenting on most high school standards. So that is our hypothesis for why we see that divide of feedback.
Sounds realistic. I tend to agree with you on that. Thank you.
Al mentioned that in the previous math revision process, that was very true as well, and we found the very same pattern and the very same hypothesis and support for that, in that once you get into those specialized courses, people just aren't as comfortable or familiar or can see the gaps or the overlaps versus the K-5, where parents are more interactive with kids and have more familiarity with those standards.
So just a follow-up question on that. The comments that were received in the higher grades, were those comments, and I don't want to use the word quality, but were the questions that were being asked or the concerns that were being expressed, were they more spot on and in terms of specifics versus just overall concern, which might be part of the lower grade parents? Just speculating. Any information on that or feedback?
When I looked at the high school comments, and I'm going to say up front, I did not read every comment for every standard in every course in high school, but just running through them, most of the comments seem to stem from a lack of clarity within the standard that would have been solved if they had had the scope and clarification in front of them. So the comments were hitting on things that were lacking in the standard, the specificity within the standard that was actually included in the scope and clarification piece that they were not given to look at. And I think that would have cut down greatly on the number of comments we received, or it could have actually gone the other way and have them complain more about, well, you don't need this in this grade, it should be in that grade. But to me, that's what most of the comments that I saw centered on. There weren't as many, this needs to be changed, this needs to be removed, this needs to be added. It was more along the lines of, you know, I don't understand, this is way too broad, I need I need more information about what I'm specifically supposed to be doing here. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. It's context, as you mentioned before, putting these things into correct or proper context means everything, and that's a very valid, I think, observation on your part. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate that.
Are there any other questions you'd like to ask? Okay, I've got one more little piece that I wanted to look at, and I thought about, Catherine, if you'll go to the next slide, please. I thought about, if I were on your committee, what would I want to do? How would I want to approach this process? And to me, I think it would help me understand what was going on, especially if I was new to the process, to start from a broad view and then move down into the weeds. So I would want to look at the big picture, look at each strand as an individual set of standards. So in geometry, what are we trying to build from kindergarten through 6th, 8th, and up into high school? What are we trying to build algebraically? What are we trying to build in numbers? What are we trying to build in statistics? Look at the strands from beginning to end and make sure that they make sense. Next slide, please. So as you're looking at these strands, make sure the content is scaffolded. Are you building appropriately? When you get to a particular standard, does it support appropriately the standards that come after it? Make sure you don't have any gaps. Make sure you don't have any duplication. Understand that K5, 6, 8, and high school each have their own sets of strands. So I would probably look at K5, then look at 6, 8, then look at 9, 12, and look at the strands within those sets. And if there is a strand that seems to continue from one of those groups to the next, like geometry, for example, then I would go back and look at the transition from 5th grade to 6th grade, the transition from 8th grade to high school, and make sure that those are appropriately scaffolded. All right, next slide, please. When you get into high school, one of the things you've got to remember is that the set of standards are exactly the same for the traditional route, Algebra 1 Geometry and Algebra 2, as they are for integrated math 1, 2, and 3. They are, let me emphasize that, they are exactly the same set of standards. Scope and clarifications are different. They may be broken differently, so there are some places where you have a standard that starts with a header, and altogether it may have an A part, a B part, a C part, and a D part. But only B part is appropriate for a particular course. So you'll have the header and part B without the part A. When you put that standard together across all of those courses, you'll have all of the parts available. They're just appearing in different courses, so we don't put everything in there. Next slide, please. Once you've looked at the strands, then you go back and look at the grade levels and the course levels. Do you have them in the right courses? Do you have them in the right grade levels? Does the scope and clarification in high school match the scope of the course? The SREB comments may be helpful here, but we've already discussed the issues that have occurred with comments. So kind of think about that as you're going through this. All right, next slide, please. Then I would get into the weeds and look at the wording of the standard. Is the wording precise? Is it clear? Does that standard need an example to clarify what the standard is after? And keep in mind that high school is weird. We repeat the standards, but with different scopes. The standards occur in different places. And if you change anything in one sequence, make sure you change it appropriately in the other sequence. So if you change something in Algebra 1, make sure that that same change is carried into the integrated sequences and vice versa. Next slide, please. And the big thing here is to make sure you're focusing on the students. What's going to benefit the students the most? What's going to help them get through high school? What's going to help them when they move into college? What's going to help them when they move into their careers? It's very difficult to turn your back on tradition. So traditionally, we have taught completing the square in high school algebra 2 or algebra 1 for years and years and years. All right, not every student needs to know how to complete a square. It's hard to turn your back on that tradition, and there will be pushback on things like that. But you're focusing on the students and not the traditions now. All right. We need to use technology. Our technology has evolved a lot since the 1950s, but our standards haven't necessarily evolved to match the technology that's available. So we want to make sure that we're using technology appropriately and we're using current technology, not 1950s technology. All right. Next slide, please. There are some comments about pedagogy. Your job is to focus on the standard. The standard should drive the pedagogy and not the other way around. So what you teach versus how you teach it. You're focusing on what you teach. It's up to the teachers and the local education agencies and the high schools and the middle schools to focus on the pedagogy. You're also focusing on the standard and not the assessment. So there should be things noted about how things should be assessed, but that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to get the standard right and then let somebody else worry about how the assessment should occur. Next slide. You need to rely on your own experience, and you need to rely on the experience of your committee members. So if you put all of you together, think about how many years of experience you have both in and out of the classroom. So use that experience to help guide you as to what should be occurring here. All right. Next slide. This is the big thing. Focus on what's best for the students, and that should be the driving question. Is what we have and what we're presenting what is truly best for our students? And finally, do you have any last-minute questions for me? I have finally put you all to sleep.
Thank you.
Very good presentation.
This is so thorough.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, thank you, Stephanie. That was wonderful. And as I mentioned before, all of your knowledge and understanding and expertise in the first two committees on this review process is invaluable to the Standards Recommendation Committee. With that, Madam Chair, if you do not mind, I'm going to propose that we take a brief 10 to 15 minute break, figure out some lingering technology issues, and give people the opportunity to use the restroom.
Second.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great idea.
Perfect. Two people, Teresa, we want to work with you to make sure that we get your feedback issue worked out. So if you don't mind unmuting yourself, and I'm going to have Elizabeth, our communications coordinator / tech guru, help us out as well. Hi, Teresa. This is Elizabeth. I sent you an email a few minutes ago. Have you been able to see it? To go ahead and give both Ken and Karen the opportunity to introduce themselves. So we'll go ahead and start with Ken.
Good morning, everyone. Ken Berger from Franklin, Tennessee. Been in academia for about 35 years. Currently a professor of business analytics, and before doing that, I was an engineer, professional engineer for a number of years. So pretty much been involved in one form of mathematics my entire life. So this is first time on the committee. I'm excited to serve and looking forward to interaction. Sadly, WebEx and my computer are not getting along very well, but I think I'm not visible, but I do have audio. So pleasure to be here and look forward to the different discussions that will take place today and next week.
Great. Thank you so much, Ken. And then Karen, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Karen Vogelsang, and I am a second career teacher. I spent the first 14 years of my work life working in banking, and then was literally called to the classroom, went back to school and got a master's degree so that I could teach, and I taught for 15 years, primarily in inner city schools in Memphis. And then I was approached about becoming the executive director of Arise to Read, which is a nonprofit literacy organization focused on supporting young children in their early literacy skills. During my 15 years as a teacher, I was honored as the 2015 Tennessee Teacher of the Year. I served on the state math textbook adoption committee and also served as an early childhood math Common Core trainer, so very familiar with the standards. And that really kind of sums up my last 17 years in the field of education. Very excited to be a part of this committee and to really work on such important work, because this is going to help our children become the best learners that they can be going forward.
Great, thank you so much. And then just to let you know, in your absence, you were elected as co-chair with Shannon Junkin as the chair of this committee.
Are you telling that to me, Catherine?
Yes, Karen, I am.
Okay. I'm sorry. I've had one bar all morning, and then I finally received the email about downloading the WebEx on my phone. So it literally just completed downloading when I was able to join. So the timing was perfect.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. With that, I am going to pass the reins over to you, Madam Chair. I am also going to give you presenter privileges so that if you would like to pull up the Microsoft Teams page onto WebEx, you will have the ability to do that as well.
Thank you. And I had pulled that up. You may have to coach me through that process here in just a minute.
I can do that.
Okay. Well, again, it is a privilege to work with all of you after hearing all of the backgrounds and the experiences and the contributions to education. I have zero doubt that this is going to be a very high expectation process and a high product yielded that we take to the state board when we're done. I don't know if Dr. Kolich is still on the call, but I want to say a very sincere thank you to her. It was very obvious that she's put in a lot of time and work and intentionality and used her experiences from this previous process, and that's truly invaluable to the work that we're about to launch into. So if she's not still on the call, if someone could please extend that gratitude on our behalf, I would appreciate it.
She is on the call, so she was able to hear
okay.
it.
Yes, that was a very thorough, very well thought out presentation, and it gave us a lot of different angles to think about and look at. I took a whole lot of notes, so I wanted to do her and her team's work justice in this process. One thing that I made a note to self while we were talking, and she did talk a little bit about the construction of a standard. And I do know that we've got at least a couple people on this committee that maybe don't have an education background, or even if you do, if you've not worked with constructing or dissecting standards and looking at that, there's just some items for consideration, especially since Dr. Kolich did point out the recommendation of wording of each standard, scope and structure, things like that. When we talk about standards and standards versus curriculum, standards are kind of the end goal. I still remember the very first committee meeting, they had a very great graphic for us, and it was like a map, and standards were the end goal of the journey. And they talked about the difference in curriculum being the vehicle by which an LEA or a school chooses to get to that end goal. But ultimately, the standard is what a student should be able to know or do at the end of that learning journey. And so we think about applications of those standards, and that's going to come in the forms of classroom teachers trying to develop learning objectives from that clear learning objectives. A lot of our schools are using can-do statements from those standards. So they can't be very vague, broad, open-ended. And I think based on what Dr. Kolich has already told us, they've put a lot of intentionality into trying to correct some of those standards that maybe were too broad or had too many different learning objectives involved. And that the standard drives the pedagogy and the assessment. And so while a lot of us are practitioners and we've been in the classroom and we understand the relationship between the two, I want to reiterate that we keep the focus on the quality of the standard, and that the pedagogy, the curriculum, the assessments will follow suit. And there is a piece that we do talk about in those standards and their evaluation that is this is it something that we can assess? Is there a way in which we can measure or show mastery in a student's work or a student's assessment for this standard? And so that is a piece of the puzzle, but the actual assessment, state, national, whatever that looks like, does not drive that standard. And so I just wanted to go back through some of those important topics that have been discussed in previous committees, as well as the emphasis that Dr. Kolich had placed on that in her presentation to us, just to get everyone on the same page and kind of with that same mindset as we move forward in examining K-12, quite a bit of math standards. That said, I did make note of Dr. Kolich's recommendations on kind of how we tackle some of this work, how we organize and tackle some of this work. I did think that those were some very good recommendations. And so I'm going to review those, and then I'll open it up for discussion if anyone has some preferences or other ideas in which we organize and begin this work. But she recommended that we first examine the standards from the top down. We look at them big picture as a strand, and then we look at the scope and structure of each strand, looking at the K-5 grade band, the 6-8 grade band, the 9-12, and then looking at those transitions from 5th to 6th, and then 8th to 9th. Then we move to grade and course level appropriateness, the kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty, the wording of each standard, and to keep in mind, and this was more of kind of an guiding principle, to focus on the students and not the tradition. So after I kind of open it up with input and preferences or suggestions, then Catherine, I'll get you to walk me through pulling up the Microsoft Teams onto the screen.
Yes, and then if you don't mind, real quick, I just want Teresa to unmute herself briefly to make sure that her microphone is now working.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Do I have an echo?
No echo.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
And also, Catherine, if I'm missing something or leaving an important piece out or getting the cart before the horse, please let me know.
Absolutely. And then just for your note, I will be happy to take roll call for any motion that you guys take.
Okay.
Catherine, I got a quick question. I have a parliamentary inquiry on that note, if that's okay, Catherine and Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Very quickly, I'm assuming now we are working at full strength. We have all 9 members.
That is correct.
And just want to make sure before we get our hands dirty with the committee work, and to make sure that we're following the guidelines that I forgot the gentleman who was on first before he left. I want to make sure that we're following that process. So any recommendation that we do roll call will require 5 votes, I'm assuming, because we got full 9 now.
Correct. It will require 5 yeas to pass.
All right. And hypothetically, just in case, because I know some people might want to abstain on some items, hypothetically, is it still 5?
Yes, even with an abstention, we still require 5 yeses.
All right. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm glad you brought that up. Everyone's not familiar with the parliamentary procedures. As we go through the process, if there is a change that you wish to make, a deletion, an addition, those will be made in the form of a motion. And then we'll have a second, and that will open the floor for discussion. And then when discussion is concluded, we can call for a vote, and we'll move forward with the roll call vote in this case, with 5 being required for it to pass. And did I leave anything out on that, Catherine?
Nope. And y'all are welcome to have as much discussion before motions as well. And you can reserve the roll call for when you're ready to actually take action.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I'll go back to my previous request and opening it up to those of you who may have suggestions, recommendations, preferences on eating this elephant one bite at a time. Let me look at the time. Okay. Then I will go back to the recommendation that was made to us that we examine the standards from an aerial view first with that top down with the strands. And so we're going to work on, and I mean, is that, do I need to pull the Teams page up, or is that something that you can do?
Since you, Shannon, will be the one making the edit,
okay.
It would be easiest if you pulled it up, and then you can move around the teams freely if you guys discuss, versus me having to figure out where you want to go.
Okay. And how do I pull that onto this screen?
So go ahead and move your mouse to pull up the hover bar at the bottom and click Share Content.
Okay.
And then if your Teams is pulled up in your web browser, you can just select that option to share it.
Okay. Do I need to, share. Well.
And then you can just go to the Teams page and we should be able to see it.
Sorry, I am doing spreadsheets right now in my current job. That spreadsheets across the top. Okay, so let me go into all right, I see how it has by grade band. Is there a sorting by strand?
There is not, unfortunately.
They're organized by strand. So if you're looking at your screen, the strands are this column B, the topics, the counting and cardinality, for example, in kindergarten is where that starts. And as everyone has had a chance to look over these in advance, then I assume that maybe some people brought feedback and questions with them today. So if we want to just start in on the strands and look at it across the grades that it covers, anyone is welcome to start some conversation regarding these different strands. Or if there's another strand that you specifically already have some questions or want to examine, or Dr. Kolich, if you want to shed some light on work that was done in this strand, I will open the floor. Okay, did I lose the... Okay, how do I...
Yes,
okay.
how can I help you?
Oh, no, it's fine. I just couldn't hear anyone anymore, so I wasn't sure if I was still if I had somehow disconnected.
Nope, you are connected. No one has shared any thoughts yet.
Oh, okay. That's fine. It just got uncharacteristically quiet, so.
Madam Chair, I got a quick question.
Yes.
This is Virginia Mayfield. I'm going to take 2 seconds to introduce myself. I work for the Department of Education. I'm the Senior Director of Math, Science, and Instructional Materials for the department. I'm really here today just listening in. Here's a resource if anyone wants to ask me a direct question. Stephanie was much more involved in this process than I was. The department did just play a role as a resource as needed, and happy to still continue doing that. I did want to let you know that at the beginning of the standards, not in the chart that you have, but in the beginning of the document, there's a chart that actually shows how the different domains progress from kindergarten to 12th grade. Geometry is actually the only one that stays geometry all the way across them. Counting and cardinality, which you have currently pulled up, feeds into the OA standards, which is the operations and algebraic thinking standards, which feed then in middle school to your fraction standards. So that might be helpful to you guys as you're thinking about the K-12 strands and how they fit all the way across, because they don't have the same naming convention all the way across. And I just wanted to point that out because it might help you guys as you're looking for what those strands are.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so what I've done is I went into the files, and there is that introductory document for K-5. So I have pulled that. That kind of assists in what you're talking about, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it does. It won't necessarily show you the break of how it goes from 5th grade to 6th grade. There's a colored chart that has bars across it. And I don't know if it's in your materials or if it's just in our current standards that we have that. I'll send a copy of it to Catherine.
Yeah, it is not in the current. It's not in the team page right now, but Virginia, if you send it to me, I will add it to the team page.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay, great. I remember that from the current standards, and so yes, that's extremely helpful to see the span of different strands and what grades they go into and where it transitions into the next progression of that strand. And thank you for attending and contributing today. That's an extremely valuable piece of the puzzle. So I have this pulled up. You can see counting and cardinality in kindergarten, and it goes, that's going to transition into a different strand as we get into higher grade levels. But for example, she was talking about geometry, and so you can see the progression of that. and the operations and algebraic thinking. I think it will be very valuable when we do get that visual representation of how these strands go across K-12. Catherine, what I don't know how to do now is to get back to where I can see like I was going to turn my camera off for now. How do I get back to the call?
If you hover at like near the top of your screen where it has like a bar, there should actually be an option to mute yourself, unmute, and adjust your video.
Okay, there we go. So the other, while we're looking at strands, the other piece of this was looking at scope and structure. K5, 6, 8, 9, 12. And maybe how many of you have had a chance to really, and I'll be honest, I have not had a chance to go through all of K-12. And I'm still working on some interaction with and feedback from math teachers that I've been consulting with. So how many of you have had a good chance to go through and maybe have things that you would like to look at or kind of dissect right now? I just didn't want to be asking or getting ahead of ourselves potentially.
Shannon.
Yes.
This is Leslie Clifton. I agree with the method that you agreed upon, or you initially took from our earlier discussion this morning to begin just looking at the strands. I think that's a wonderful way, and then just working down through the hierarchy of each to the most specific. I think your organization thought on that was a good idea. So.
And everyone, this is Amy. I just did want to share, I know we already have this Friday and next Friday reserved for your work time, but that please don't feel limited. We are able to schedule meetings in October if we have to. Obviously, this is occurring via teleconference, so it's much easier to handle logistics. So we obviously encourage you to be efficient and to think through things, but if we need more time, don't feel like you don't have that time to go back and really look at things as thoroughly as you would like.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to propose is that, keeping in mind that we're going to look at each strand as a big picture, the scope and sequence, and work down more narrowly with each step of the process, what I'm going to propose is that we go ahead and adjourn for our lunch break now, still scheduled to return at 1:30, and give people some additional time to independently go through the standards that are in these team documents, and with that lens, and be prepared to begin to come back. And I say begin to come back because this is truly a large undertaking. And we do have next Friday, and it does sound like we can schedule some additional time, which is good to know. But we begin to come back with some things to look at and begin to work on at the 1 o'clock time slot. Catherine, are you all in? Is that an okay recommendation to make with you all?
Yes, I think that sounds like an excellent idea. So just summarizing what you said, we are going to adjourn until 1 o'clock. People can grab their lunches and also take some time to dig in independently, looking at kind of strand progressions, things like that, and then come back together with some thoughts to share.
Yes. And just for everyone, so if we hang up at this point, we'll use that same WebEx address to call back in at 1 o'clock, correct?
Yes, but also option, instead of hanging up, if you don't want to worry about trying to get back in, you can always just mute yourself.
Yes.
And
turn the camera off.
Turn the camera off, and then you will be good to go.
Okay. So I will make a motion then that do I need to make a motion that we adjourn early? This one's a new one for me. I'm sorry.
No, you do not.
Okay. Well, with that then, we will conclude until 1 o'clock when we will meet back with these things, and I'll just keep this screen share up. We will come back and continue the work on the strands, starting with K5. We'll focus on that K5 band first. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 o'clock. So, Catherine, I wanted to check in with you if there was anything we needed to do officially in the way of the virtual, in the way of like a roll call or anything like that.
Yes, thank you. I will go ahead and take roll again to establish quorum. And then I believe Amy has some information to share as well, but I'll go ahead and take roll call quickly.
Okay.
Rebecca Albert.
Present.
Teresa Boston.
Present.
Leslie Clifton.
Present.
Ken Berger.
Present.
Edmund Ford.
Present, I'm here.
Rita Sowell. We have Rita back.
I'm here.
Great. Karen Vogelslang. Joseph Wingfield.
Present.
And Shannon Duncan.
Present.
Great. Madam Chair, you have 8 of 9 members present.
All right. Thank you, Catherine, and
Thank you.
Chair. I just wanted to let y'all know a little bit of clarification on voting during these remote meetings. Today, obviously, this is very much a work session as you go through the standards and the strands. And if you're in a place where you would just like to make tentative edits to a standard that you intend to revisit next week, there's not a need to vote on that at this moment. As you get toward wrapping up your work, you'll be able to vote on blocks of items. For example, you might decide to make a motion to approve revisions to the K5 standards overall. What you can do, what any individual member can do at any time, is if you say, you know what, I'm actually really not comfortable with a couple of those standards in first grade, I'd like to pull them for separate discussion, you can do so, and then those individual standards could have one-by-one votes. And then you could approve actions on the remainder of the standards as a block. So I just wanted to let you know that you don't need to be expected to take hundreds of votes on each individual standards revision you might make, or dozens of votes, however many you turn out to revise. And that today, especially as you're all orienting yourselves to this task and beginning to look through them together for the first time, you can consider it a working session unless you truly get to an impasse where you feel like we need to take a vote and make a formal decision right now, one way or the other, on a specific standard. Do you have questions about that? Thank you very much. I'll be happy to help, and so will Nathan on our staff when we get to the point of voting.
Okay, Shannon, with that, it is back to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Amy and Nathan. After some email and some much needed food and more caffeine, I remembered from the first go-round, we did take these in chunks just to kind of break it down and give us little milestones along the way as far as the voting. I am completely open to however that works out, whether it's one lump, we make the tentative edits and do one lump vote, or we take them in strands or in grade bands. That's something that I think will evolve and present itself as we start doing this work and see how the flow is. But I appreciate Amy and Catherine and Nathan doing that refresher course and working with me on that. So on your screen, they were so kind as to load that strand progression graphic for us. And I think that's extremely helpful in organizing the large spreadsheets of standards and information and feedback. And so there's a couple ways that we can go about starting this, and that is either to just start with kindergarten across the board and then work up to first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or we go to that big picture, each strand, and start with go color by color, basically. Start with these orange groupings that end in number 90 for high school, and then move on to operations, algebraic thinking, etc. After some of you have had some time to look at these a little further, is there a preference on which way we start to look at this broadly?
Madam Chair.
Question?
Concern. I'm not concerned. I got a request.
Yes.
And this is just me, and I would love to get everybody's feedback. But what we have in front of us, maybe we could do a hybrid version of what you recommended. I know that with the 5, 6, and the 8 through high school, it was brought to our attention by Dr. Coolidge, who was stating that the 5, 6, and the 8, 9 were two of the main parts where we would have possible overflow. So maybe we could do, like, for example, the counting and cardinality doesn't have that 5, 6, 8, 9 conflict, and the next down doesn't have that conflict, and then the one after that doesn't have the conflict, and then the one after that doesn't have the conflict. But the only ones that would have it would be the functions, the geometry, and the stats. So maybe we could do the first half where we would go by what we have in front of here, and then the other ones by clusters maybe. That's just my thought, and I would love to hear anybody else's thoughts.
No, I think that's a really good suggestion. And we can even look it up into the 5th grade, and like Amy told us, these are all, we can make tentative. We can kind of just get to that point and push pause on it with the understanding that when we come back next week, we'll revisit and kind of pick up and look at those bridges, because I had made those notes of the 5 to 6 transition and 8 to 9. So I think, we're just trying to look for manageable ways to chunk this. So I think that's a great suggestion.
So this is, and I just had a comment, or maybe, I don't know if this is a suggestion, but I spent a little bit of time looking at the different Word documents which outline the standards for mathematical practice by grade. And this coordinates directly with the different major areas, like counting and cardinality is the number 1, operations and algebraic thinking. The benefit of looking at the Word document is it spells out in some detail what the students are supposed to be able to achieve in each grade. And if there are any questions about whether or not there's linkage and structural continuity, these documents may be really helpful in referring to that, because they have good explanations, and they have also been revised to some extent. And I think it might make a lot of sense to use those as sort of our foundational document. Just a suggestion.
Yes, and I have those pulled back up on your shared screen for you as well. And as far as content, I completely agree, and I understand what you're saying. I think visually, just as kind of mapping out the work, that visual was helpful. And then once we obviously launch into it, we're going to need the text and this context to relate back and forth with the standards. And I'll tell you all this, the virtual route is quite different than what we experienced the first time, and that's just, part of 2020. But I would suggest for next week, if you have not already, printing, and I know it's a lot of printing, as much as possible, printing these documents out. We had notebooks of all of this that was printed, those Excel sheets. We were constantly flipping back and forth and having linking notes, and it gave us a little bit better functionality as far as looking at everything in context. So that would be my recommendation to the group, if you haven't already, in preparation for next week. But yes, I have that pulled up, and you can see the accounting and cardinality, and we can start with that paragraph. If there are questions, concerns, tweaks, any of the above that are around the context of this strand before we launch into the individual standards. So we can also, looking at that first K5 chunk of strand, we have counting and cardinality, number and operations in base 10, and then numbers and operations with fractions. So Catherine or Amy, I'm going to ask the question, the 3 K5 okay. I'm looking at just kindergarten. I'm sorry, I messed myself up. So the 2 in kindergarten that are in that first strand are this counting and cardinality and number and operations in base 10. So within these paragraphs, within the context of these standards, if there's anything anyone would like to draw out at this point in these Word documents before I click back over to the Excel documents.
I just have one question. The red, are those modifications that were made prior to us meeting today? I'm just asking.
The red is the modifications that the educator advisory team and/or standards development team made from the existing introduction to this review cycle.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
I would say that, just kind of again, that I think the verbal explanation of each of the main topics is quite well done. And I really, just looking through K through 5, don't have a lot of additions or subtractions. I think these are well done, and I think they provide a good foundation. So that's just my sense.
Okay, thank you. And that's another approach that we can take. I don't know the comfort level with everyone across the K5 review documents, but we can kind of start from a different angle and take specific notes that you may have made and take those one at a time. The first 9 on this document are related to that first strand for kindergarten. So this one had no change. You can see the original standard, the revision, and the rationale. And so some of these have much more verbiage around what was changed and why. So I can kind of do a tentative checkoff as we go through these chunks of standards. You'll see over here, does it, oh, what happened? Oh,
if you scroll too far or too fast, it will take you over to the next tab. So I'd say just have a gentle touch with your scrolling.
Okay, apologies there. Okay, first 8 up until number 9. So there's a couple agreements. Do I have the committees okay tentatively kind of mark this section as good for now?
Madam Chair, will we need to do that in the form of a motion?
No, sir. No, like I said, we're going to keep this all tentative because I feel like given the week's time between the 2 meetings, we could potentially see the need to come back and revisit something. And so if it's okay with the committee, we'll just kind of get through at least a K-5 chunk or a larger chunk, and then we can come back and vote.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes. So, Catherine, if it's okay, I'm just going to come over here and kind of make a little, I'll just put my initials to mark that we've kind of been through that strand.
Absolutely, that's fine.
All right. Oh, I did it again. I'm sorry. I'll figure it out here in a minute.
And as I mentioned on the intro call, I have additional copies of all these Excel sheets saved so that you guys can make any edits on this, and I will still have the original version saved.
All right. I'm going to skip to the numbers and operations in base 10 because that is the next part of that orange graphic that involves kindergarten and goes through grade 5. And so there is actually only one standard for that strand in kindergarten, it looks like. And it was revised slightly to clarify. And barring any major objections at this point, I'll put that to note that we have reviewed this one today anyway. And I'll skip over to first grade, where it picks back up right here with the number and operations in base 10. And it looks like several of these they have not made any edits to. Until we hit this one. And that is the last of these in the first grade. So any discussion on the ones that were kept or this one with the edit? All right. I'll move to that same strand in second grade. Numbers and operations in base 10, starting here. Okay. Again, several of these have no change. And one that they have is this one, was it removed or was that the feedback, Catherine?
That one was removed, and it says their reasoning was combined the explanation with B7.
Okay. Other than that, okay. Any feedback on those sets? No. Okay. We'll move to the third grade set of those. Okay, let's see if there's just a few. Okay. Okay, there's just those three. Any comments on those? We'll move to fourth grade. Okay, starting here. Here's an example, the one I've highlighted where they indicate change the language to match progression from third and fifth grade. So looking for that common language and consistency in progression. Okay, and the last two are agreed with. Any discussion on the set? Right. And the fifth grade. And everyone, please consider this kind of a once over with these items. If after further review or linking it to higher grades, if we need to come back and revisit these, again, the word we're using with this is tentative. Okay, starts here. These two here, I noticed these were similar things to the fourth grade. So again, looking at those consistency in wording. And they point out improvement in flow from fourth to fifth grade here. Okay. These are the last of those numbers and operations in base 10 for the fifth grade. Any comments or suggestions?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, you know, the fifth grade has the geometry that actually goes with the sixth grade as well. The graphic that you had up at the beginning that had the 17 clusters, the fifth grade that you got up now has 3 sets of clusters and standards, et cetera, for geometry. Just for the committee, when we get to the sixth grade, you're going to see 4 clusters. So this may be something where the committee may want to look at the geometry specifically and take some of the recommendations that Dr. Colich stated to where if we need to modify accordingly, if we have to add in one spot and subtract in another. Just glancing over the geometry piece, we might need to look at that just a little bit more closely because of the 3 clusters in fifth grade in contrast to the 4 clusters for the sixth grade, which I know you're going to get to in a second, Madam Chair, but I just wanted to point that out. Everything else I don't have any questions about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments that might help us to further narrow some of the areas that you might like to examine? Okay. So in the strand that we're looking at, we've looked at counting and cardinality. We've just wrapped up number and operations in base 10. The only other part of that strand that remains for K-5 is a 3-4-5, grade 3-4-5 numbers and operations for fractions, which I will gladly keep clicking and scrolling through. But if you all have already looked at that and there's not anything that you'd like to further discuss, then I'll be happy to continue moving forward. So for example, here's the third grade numbers and operations for fractions.
Shannon, did we ever talk about calculator use?
That is not something that typically would fall in our conversation because it is not something that's included or excluded. It's not part of a standard. It can be a discussion. Like someone was mentioning earlier, in previous rounds, committees have suggested or had that wish list or made recommendations for guidance or supplementary documents. So, I mean, that's a discussion around how maybe that standard might play out with or without calculators, but no, as far as integrating any wording regarding a calculator into the standard, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Just going to leave myself some breadcrumbs real quick. So if you have separate documents or you have printed these out, the next that we'll move to for K5 is the operations and algebraic thinking. This is fourth grade numbers and operations fractions. Dr. Colich still part of the call? That's fine. Can we make
sorry. Dr. Colich had to get her responsibilities for UT Martin, but she will be on at the beginning of next week. And so if you guys want to compile a list of questions for her and send them to me, I will send them off to her and she will be ready to answer any and all questions at the start of next week.
Okay. No, I was just curious. I recall the discussion about taking the examples out the first go round. So I was curious about the conversation around adding them back in.
Yes, they, I believe that the core of that conversation was just to add clarity for teachers by adding examples back in.
All right, so now I will go to kindergarten and the operations and algebraic thinking. First grade operations and algebraic thinking. Okay. Not trying to rush anyone, but I can speed this up if you all have already looked through these and are in agreement so far. Okay. Good grief. I went slow. I just went too far.
It's okay. I did it a lot when I was trying to make sure everything was in its proper place.
All right.
You're doing just fine, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So over here when it says hyperlink, what is that referencing? I mean, where is that hyperlink? Or is it in the standard? Oh, hyperlink. Okay, I'm sorry.
They want to hyperlink within the standard. They want to hyperlink to the situation table and multiplication division table.
So how is that going to work for a paper copy of standards or with text?
It would just say like see situation table, multiplication / division table, which would be available. All of that will be available on the TDOE website in the standard section of their website.
And we've had those in different ways in the past. In some cases, they're an appendix to the standards document, and in some cases, they're embedded with the grade level. It really just depends on if it's a thing that's grade level specific, it can be right there with the standards, or if it's covering multiple grade levels and needs to be in more of an appendix situation.
Okay, thank you. All right. Grade. And on to 5th. Okay. All right, so that wraps up the K-5 operations and algebraic thinking strands. Mr. Ford, I think it may be appropriate since that we may have more discussion in the geometry if we skip to measurement and data and then come back to geometry.
I'll follow your lead, Madam Chair, but sure.
Okay. Well, since it comes next in the list, so I don't keep scrolling off my screen, we'll just go with that. All right.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, I'm having some communication problems. I wanted to ask this earlier. I do understand the basic coinage, but KMDB3, the number world here for the kindergarten seems to be 1 through 20, right? And I realize the quarter has appeared before. I just couldn't get on audio at the time. Is there a concern with extending it to the value being 25 for the quarter?
You're referring to this standard right here, correct?
Yes. Yes.
We may have to add that to so they do include the quarter. I may not be understanding what your question was. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, in the previous number skills, it seems that the kindergarten is sort of tied to 1 through 20. And so it jumped at me that, the quarter was there and it was 25. And this particular standard says recognize the value, right? I don't have a problem with it being in there necessarily. I just want to ask about the limitations set earlier and now the fact that this is 25.
So you're saying that everywhere else kindergarten kind of caps out at 20, and yet we're throwing the quarter in there going up to 25. Would that be confusing for kids?
Right. I mean, I can live with it, but it does seem to exceed sort of the bound set elsewhere.
I was looking at the change they made in wording and the rationale. It looks as if they were, and correct me if I'm wrong, someone who was more involved in this process, it looks as if they were trying to focus it more on recognition of the actual coin and what it was worth versus the value in terms of counting or the...
Correct. This is more like kind of like a quote real world skill, what you get in kindergarten of recognizing what coins look like and that they have different values assigned to them, but they aren't necessarily like they don't have to add them at all. They don't need to be able to count up to it. They just need to know this is what a quarter looks like. It's worth 25 cents. This is what a dime looks like. It's worth 10 cents. If that's helpful at all.
Okay.
Would you like me to put a note out beside that for further question and discussion next week?
I'm fine either way. I just got my head locked around the number values that they concentrated on and wondered about that.
Madam Chair, this is Virginia Mayfield from TDOE. If it helps any at all, the counting bound within kindergarten is to 100, and they count that by ones, fives, and tens. So one of the things that, in particular, teachers use this standard for is we can count pennies to get to that 25 to count by ones. We can count nickels to get to that 25 by counting by fives. It gives a practical application for students counting by to give them something to count up to. It gives that real world moment for students to be able to see that. That is one of the ways that we use our counting skills in kindergarten.
Okay, that helps.
All right, so that rounds out kindergarten.
Madam Chair, may I piggyback on Ms. Albert's valid concern real quick? I think I may be able to clarify one thing.
Yes.
If you go back to kindergarten, the very first item at the very top, the first cluster, the first domain, it does have count to 100, just like the lady just articulated. So it does address that concern. I had the same concern too, Ms. Albert. I know exactly where you were coming from on that, but just to try to get a little bit of clarity, because I would be the same one saying, well, a quarter's worth 25 cents, and if I'm only counting to 20, I would have some concern. But that first cluster standard and the revision takes it to 100, so that actually helps out.
Thank you.
Yes, for counsel out, and if you scroll down to the next, it has to write numbers 0 to 20 and represent quantity of objects, which we're now representing the quantity of a quarter at 25. So I did make a note out to the side on that one. We can always come back to if it doesn't settle well by the end of the day. Okay. So this is first grade measurement and data. There's just a handful of those. No comments or concerns. I'll move to second. Okay, that wraps that up. Okay. Fourth. So this one falls under measurement data, not geometry? The one I have highlighted over here?
Virginia, do you have anything to weigh in on this question? She may not be on at the moment. We are now getting outside of my expertise. I was never a math teacher, but a social studies teacher. So I would
I'm sorry. I stepped away for 2 seconds. What was the question?
So I said this standard right here is measurement in data and not geometry.
Yes, ma'am. It is a measurement data standard.
Okay.
Can you help us understand why, Virginia, when it's talking about, I mean, I also see that first word is geometry, so being another former social studies teacher, that gets confusing to me.
Give me 2 seconds to actually read the standard. It's because it's the measurement within geometry. We're talking about how to measure an angle. If you look down at the B, it's understanding that an angle that turns 1/360th of a circle is a 1-degree angle. So it's the measurement piece of geometry. It's the best explanation I can give you.
How does that strike y'all? Does that seem reasonable? Would you recategorize it?
I mean, just being very literal and looking at it, it looks like a very foundational geometry standard.
But
I don't think anyone's going to get tripped up in the progression of learning math with it not being.
So wouldn't the question be, was this concept encountered before in grade 3, for example? Or is this the first time they're exposed to this?
I am checking, but I'm almost positive this is the first introduction children have to angles and measuring angles. It is. Like, this is the first time we learn what an angle is, what a degree is. Also, if you scroll down to the other 2 standards that are below this that get grouped together, so 4MDC 5, which is the one on the screen now, 6 and 7 are grouped together as a cluster. The other 2 angles that go with this are measuring angles and whole number degrees using a protractor. That's 6. And then 7 is recognizing angle measure is additive, where students take a picture and decompose it and know that I can add and subtract angles together. There they are. Now they're up on the screen. So I think the reason that they're really in this measurement is we're talking about how to measure an angle and how to add and subtract and work with the numbers that come along with them. And to answer your question, yes, it is the very first time students are introduced to both measuring angles and working mathematical problems with angles.
So looking at the math, it shows that geometry and measurement and data are, cut across all of these different grade levels. And maybe it's a operational thing where teachers make sure that they introduce the idea of an angle before they talk about trying to measure an angle. And I guess that's out of our purview, but it seems like that would be the natural flow. And I don't know if we have if we can comment on that or if it's appropriate.
No, the classification, order, wording, we're kind of the third layer of that revision of these standards. So that discussion does fall under this committee.
Well, then I would suggest that, at some point in time, we might want to revisit this and think about specifying order of topics, because I think that's pretty important. If a student has never been introduced to the idea of angles, it appears to me that it might be fairly confusing if they're talking about measuring something they don't know about.
so I've made a note out to the side, and I'm going to copy and paste that for these three somewhat geometry-related measurement and data standards. Yes, okay. All right. So that's fourth grade. Let's see what it looks like. We may run into some similar questions in fifth grade. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. So yes, there's some standards revolving around geometric measurement again.
I think what they are doing in these standards and why they are listed under measurement and data is as an introduction into when they begin teaching geometric figures and angles. If you'll look, they're taking what they already know about measuring in numbers, and then they're comparing that. If you put things together, you put this rectangle with this rectangle, it makes a figure of some sort. Same with in the one for fourth grade, it was talking about rays. If you take a ray and you take another ray that's 3 inches and 2 inches and you put them beside each other, it makes an angle. So I think this would be like the intro unit into geometry when they go to teach that.
And is that, I think Mr. Berger's question revolved around clarity within the standards for that order of operations, that there was some overlap in introduction of measurement, but also introduction of those vocabulary words, the common language utilized, and making sure students understood what a ray was before they were measuring it. Is that correct, Mr. Berger?
Yes, that's, again, it's hard to think about, okay, what would a third, fourth, and fifth grader, what's their perspective? And that may seem pretty straightforward to us, but I'm wondering if it would be to them.
So in the fifth grade, the measurement and data content is separate or is not overlapping in the geometry. In fifth grade, they're talking about volume and rectangular prisms and cubes versus getting into graphing and quadrants. And they get into the two-dimensional figures. So as a whole, is that, would you all like me to put the same note out to the side about just kind of revisiting that as a progression in itself? Or are we comfortable with how this is delineated in the fifth grade?
Maybe we should just ask the question, because I mean, the content, the experts are the faculty who operationalize these things, and there may be a simple explanation but I think we could raise the question.
Okay. Which does in fact then take us to the actual geometry standards. So now we are back at kindergarten. And I will ask this question because there were, I will tell you from the first time, geometry as a whole, especially in the high school level, Algebra 2 were by far areas that we spent more time, followed probably by the K2, especially in revising Common Core and developmental appropriateness concerns, followed by the K2 realm. So do we want to have a little more time to fully delve into geometry and put that on our kind of our priority list to come back to first thing next Friday, or are you all prepared and ready to go ahead and launch into that this afternoon?
Well, I would suggest that we delve into it and see what, if anything, pops out in terms of an issue. At least we'll have identified it today.
Sure. Okay. So I have go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying that exactly what I was going to suggest. I agree with Ken.
All right. So this is the beginning of the kindergarten. Okay. Anything in the first grade popping out so far? No? Let me see what this yellow note is over here. Oh, okay. Moving on to second. Okay. Third. So it does look, I don't think it's stood out as much in third, but there is the geometric measurements. There are 4 4 standards in that measurement and data that do have that entry level as far as unit square, measuring things that are geometric units. So just for consistency, I will come out to the side over here and leave a note. Oops. Okay. And there's a new, they have added a new. Oh. Which I apologize, is with the number and operations in base 10 that we'd previously discussed. And it fills a gap between second and fourth. So. All right, fourth. Three geometry standards for fourth. Okay. And fifth.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just another observation. Everything up through grade 4 seems to be on a two-dimensional level. In other words, graphing, charting, obviously two-dimensional, but they talk about planes and rectangles. They got rid of cubes because that was three-dimensional. And then all of a sudden in 5th grade, under measurement, we're measuring in 3 dimensions. We're measuring volume. And again, I just wonder if they've had a proper foundation. I mean, we can look at it from a experiential viewpoint and say, well, everybody understands what volume is about, but has it been adequately explained as a separate topic is my question, or how is it integrated into the actual curriculum? And again, I know that's outside of what we're supposed to be doing, but I think it's a question worth asking.
All right. line plot. So this is where it appears to start in with the three-dimensional. Mr. Berger, does that capture, I said measuring 3D, where is concept introduced prior to measurement?
Yes, that will work. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. In the interest of the geometry discussion and the desire to ensure that bridge from 5th to 6th, I am going to pull up the 6th grade strands of geometry standards, and we will just continue on this line of thinking. Let me ask this question quickly, because we've been on for an hour and 10 minutes. Are we, if we plan about a 10-minute break, or if we need about a 10-minute break, I think now would be a reasonable time to do that. Are you all in need of a break, or would you just like to keep going?
I'll gladly take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Okay. Let's plan to come back then at, let's go ahead and do 2:25. I know that's super close to 2:30, but in the interest of getting wrapped up on a Friday afternoon, let's stick with that 2:25, and we can all take a quick break. Give it another few seconds. Nope, just went to 2:25. Okay. I was kind of reviewing the graphic of the strands and the spreadsheets that we have left. And what I would like to propose is that we look at all four categories, all four of those strand areas, and their jump from 5th to 6th grade this afternoon. And then upon completion of that we, Catherine, if that's okay, we adjourn for the day, because I feel that with the specificity and the level of increased complexity of the 7th, 8th, and high school grades, that it would benefit I know it would benefit myself and maybe several of you if we had that additional this next week to comb over a little bit more specifically after the information this morning, those more specific high school courses and the jump from 8th to 9th grade, and make those our items of discussion for next Friday.
That is totally fine.
Okay. So I've gone ahead and skipped to the 6th grade geometry standards because that was the topic and strand that we had left off with from the 5th grade. And so, again, this is all tentative. This is the first comb over with these items. And I'm sure upon some further review, we may have some things that pop out at us that do not on a Friday afternoon, so we can definitely revisit next week. But upon first glance of these 6th grade standards, please just let me know if anything stands out, if you want me to make any notations for review or questions to be asked to our standards development or teacher team committees.
And you can also definitely send questions throughout the week to me as you guys are digging into stuff And like I said, I will compile them all and send them to Stephanie on Thursday morning.
Should we have a deadline for those so that you can have everything compiled in a prompt manner?
If you could get them to me by like Wednesday lunchtime, that would be great.
Excellent, thanks.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
just a point of clarification on, and I think this is 6GA4. Represent three-dimensional figures using nets made up of rectangles and triangles. So this is any kind of material that allows the students to visually see. Is that what they're talking about that when they reference nets?
That is not a question that I know that I think I have the answer to. So based on the cluster description, with the solve real world and mathematical problems, I would lean toward thinking that yes, that's an application that can be incorporated into the standard, but that is a very good question, and I will.
I can speak about nets. I've taught this standard before. A net is when you take apart a three-dimensional figure. You have a cube or a triangle or prism, and you unfold all of the sides to make it a flat figure so that they can figure out the area in each portion and then add it all together to get that. So they just call it a net, I guess, because you unfold it out.
Yeah, thank you. I was not familiar with that terminology.
Yes, none of us have ever heard that, probably many of us at least.
So is that something that we need to, I know that Dr. Kolich referenced not medical professionals, Friday afternoon, math professionals, knowing some of the concepts and terminology that maybe the general public or lay people would not, and some of the feedback, but if we have several math professionals in this committee that are not familiar with that term, is that something we want to consider or discuss a possible revisement for?
I don't know what other people would use as a resource for teaching, if for parents or lay people that were teaching students. But most textbooks now have that in there, probably over the past 20 years, maybe have that as a topic. I don't know. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
So, Leslie, is that the word net you are saying is used in the textbooks now?
Yes, it is. It's just a common, and there'll be a section for cubes, and they'll have several lessons to use nets with. So it seems to be a common verbiage in math nowadays.
Well, it's a nice term because otherwise it's lateral sides and
yeah,
whatever, right?
I think they're making it a friendlier term for the kids.
Right.
Okay.
Leslie, just a follow-up question. This is Ken Berger again. Do any of the textbook companies now provide software that basically illustrates 2- and 3-dimensional figures and shows how to measure them? I mean, it seems that technology has given us a lot of tools, and I'm just wondering, from your perspective, are any of those available? Or are we still doing it the same way?
There are also computer programs that you can use to be able to digitally measure those. You can manipulate. It's really awesome what you can do with those figures now. You can take the figure and take certain sides, and you can see through to the back side of it. So you're right, Ken. There's technology has really taken us leaps and bounds. But I think if I were in the classroom doing this, I would do this first before I'd introduce it on the computer, just so they got that basic concept. So I think keeping that as a standard, you're right. That might be a good, the background knowledge before they got onto their technology to be able to go more in depth.
Thanks, Leslie.
Okay. So that sums up the geometry standards. So I'm just going to go back to the top of 6th grade and pick up at the first strand, which is ratios and proportional relationships. And so this is the strand that stems from, let me pull my picture back up. That stems from that first one we looked at with K5, the number and operations in base 10. And this is a 6th and 7th grade cluster, which I know I said we would look at the transition from 5th to 6th, but in the interest of just wrapping this cluster up, we can go ahead and look at the 7th grade standards while we're here, because that's where these end. And there's just a few of them, just these 3. Which I have a 6th grader, and I think I've seen this on some homework already, so. My kids aren't going to like me dissecting all these 6th and 7th grade standards.
You're being the mom that knows behind the scenes, and they're going to like that.
No, unfortunately, they're kind of used to that, but.
Yes, I understand.
They were upset when I left my high school administrator position, and I thought to myself, you will thank me one day.
That's exactly right.
All right, I'm going to skip on over to the 7th grade real quick, just to these ratios and proportions, to go ahead and put a bow on that strand. Here we go. And there's just the 3 of those.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
On standard number 7, RPA2.
Yes, sir.
focuses a lot on making sure that the line goes through the axis at 0, 0. And I don't know if this is part of the standard or not, but there are so many different examples where a line crosses the y-axis at some point other than 0. Is that something that should be discussed as part of the standard, or does that come up later in this topic, series of topics?
Well, so there's not 8th grade standards in this particular strand. It jumps to the large chunk of high school standards that fall under number and quantity. So I would be happy to skip over to 9th grade in Algebra 1. Well, it's not the first algebra course. And to see where this picks up. My assumption, and I think Mr. Ford, you were the one that indicated you had taught 9th grade quite a bit, so you might be able to shed some light on the next step in this progression, is that this just gives them that that neutral starting point concept of the axis and the relationship of the planes. That's my very quick analysis of that. Someone else want to jump in?
I did not hear the entire statement from, I believe it was from Ken. I'm sorry, it's coming through a little bit muddled. Could you summarize his concern?
Yes, he stated that there was specific attention paid to the axis being crossed at the 0, 0 point. When in fact, many times it crosses at other points on the y-axis. And so, Mr. Berger, I'm probably not including all of the points of your concern. So if you want to add to that, I'll make sure that I'll add to that so everyone can hear.
So the only question I have is I don't disagree with that as a major criteria or part of the standard. I guess my real question is, and again, as you said, this isn't taken up in the 8th grade. When is this actually expanded to include all these other scenarios where, because in practical terms, and if you're looking at real world examples, the axis rarely crosses the 0, 0 point, and there's so many other examples where it doesn't. And so I just am curious, because I don't know when and if this is brought up again and expanded upon.
That's a great question, and Virginia and Stephanie both had to take care of other things this afternoon. We're glad to write that down and ask them for next week, especially as you all dive into high school. If you're able to find a quick answer now, Shannon, as you look through them, that's great, but we are able to consult with our math content experts as well from the department and from UT Martin.
Yes, it's not jumping out at me, just going through the 9th grade algebra. So I will go back and make a note out beside that standard. When I find it again.
It's 7RP82.
There we go, right here. I think right, so the remaining one is the third one right here for that strand. So no comments on that. I will go back to the 6th grade. And we will continue to the number system. And the number system is also part of the larger strand of the numbers and operations with fractions. It's part of the same that first chunk of strands goes from counting and cardinality, number and operations in base 10, numbers and operations fractions. The ratios and proportional relationships we just looked at, and then the number system. And in high school, those all feed into the large chunk of number and quantity. So they added in this real world and mathematical problems. And it seems a little redundant. I mean, by default, you're solving mathematical problems. Is that just me being over particular on that one? Is there a difference between real world problems and math problems?
I guess they might, if they're talking about fractions, maybe a real world problem might be, you know, you have a half a cup of water and you're going to add 3/4 a cup of milk. How much liquid would you have? That type of real world problem versus a fourth plus a half equals blank, you know? I don't know, Shannon.
No, I know what you're saying. I
think, I don't know, I guess they're trying to be especially cognitive of the idea that we have got to make sure that people understand that you have to apply this in the world. I think that was part of what we heard this morning. It's just that real world application. I don't know.
Yes.
Well, Shannon, what if you dropped mathematical there? Because, I mean, math is real world, but I like the idea of bringing the real world to bear with the perspective of math. So I think it wouldn't, with both those things, they almost sound like they're two different, you know, one and the other. So I would rather, if we keep one, I'd rather keep real world because that includes mathematical.
Yes, I am 100% in favor of the application aspect. It just makes it sound like they're two different things.
No, good point. I agree.
So just an observation. Are they trying to differentiate between conceptual versus application there?
Yes, that's my belief.
Mathematical being the concept, real world being the application?
Yes. The real world would be application. Mathematical would be the kind of that theoretical, conceptual.
Yes, that's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard it the other way.
Maybe I said it the other way. Sorry. But, you know, again, I don't know if that differentiation is important in this particular setting, but if I'm trying to guess, that's where I would logically say the different slides.
Would it work for y'all to change the word mathematical to conceptual?
Works for me if no one has any objections. I mean,
No. I was trying to think as a teacher working toward planning a lesson and showing mastery, you know, if I were to be formatively assessing students or checking for mastery, and I think a math teacher probably would assume the conceptual, you know, the paper problem versus the application word problem type thing.
I agree.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it the way it is. It just, and it, especially since it was in red, it jumped out a little redundant, but it's not going to, I don't think it's going to mess up the sentiment of the standard. All right. Okay, well, just to point out, though, here they do use the verbiage conceptual. So I don't know if we want, because it says previous conceptual work. So I don't know if the preferred word is mathematical or conceptual.
I think that's a decision you guys can make and then make it consistent throughout.
I mean, in reality, we're talking about the field of mathematics versus what we're actually trying to teach. And I think you teach concept before you teach application.
I'm going to leave myself a note and we can kind of ruminate on that.
We might look to see what other words are used in the other bands and see, did they use mathematical or conceptual, which was their preferred in the other ones, and make it, as Catherine said, uniform across the board.
That sounds like a good plan. As soon as we wrap up these 6th grade ones, I'll jump to the 7th and see if there's something in that. So here it says solve real world and mathematical problems by graphing points. And that's the original from the first set of revisions. So it seems that that is the thematic verbiage in a lot of these, well, in 2 of them at this point. Okay, now we're into expressions and equations. So let me jump to 7th. Here's, okay. Real world and mathematical problems. So would conceptual be, because I could Conceptual could be considered real world. It's, you know, you talk about kind of that memorized, you know, learning your multiplication tables through rote memorization versus the conceptual applied understanding of how multiplication works. So I kind of see conceptual as a little bit of an ambiguous word in this context.
Can I just give you a little perspective from an engineer's point of view?
Yes, please.
So when we get out into a profession like engineering or science or any of these other areas, especially STEM, you know, quite obviously, you learn a variety of different sciences, different types of mathematical, like for example, you learn trigonometry, you learn calculus, you learn thermodynamics and all these others. So the concepts behind these principles are math-based. They're all math-based, but they're different conceptual approaches. And so if you have a real-world problem, one of the things you have to understand is conceptually, how do you want to try to solve the problem? So that's sort of that's where I come from when you're talking about conceptual. It's basically understanding the scientific elements that enable you to approach the problem from a mathematical perspective. I don't know if that helps, but that's just how I sort of look at it.
Okay. Just going to amend my note to self, and it's one of those I'll reread with some fresh eyes another time and see what jumps out. All right, I'll keep going. We're sixth grade. We've gone through number system. All right, now we are to expressions and equations. And this is an extension of the K-5 operations and algebraic thinking. Oh. Apply and extend previous understandings to algebraic expressions. more real world and mathematical problems.
We may be getting ourselves into a real mess here.
Well, obviously the consistent wording and what needs to be left is real world and mathematical problems. If anything, there may need to be some clarification on, or I may need to just do some homework on working backward on that previous conceptual and see what that's referencing.
Shannon, just one more question.
Yes.
I wonder if what has been added, I think very, in recognition to add clarity is the use of example. And I wonder if, if we want to stick with this real world and mathematical thread that seems to be going through a lot of these explanations of the standard. If you look at, like, for example, 6EEB7, solve real world and mathematical problems by writing and solving one-step equations of the form. And then to me, those are all really conceptual examples. Those are not real world examples. And so I'm wondering if a simple example using real numbers or, whatever works, if that would help to avoid, if we're having this conversation, I'm curious if teachers would also be having this conversation. Anyway, that's just my observation on that.
No, that's a good point. Leslie, you're 6th grade, correct? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I am. When you do something innately, after you've done it so many times, you do it because you recognize it that way, or I kind of think that may be the way an educator may be when they see this, whereas we are just trying to watch to be exactly perfect with the wording, and I think that's very important. I think it's going to come just out of there. They just are going to understand. I really do. I also think the textbook companies will present the same verbiage that we are looking at here, and so they'll go sort of hand in hand, even for the layperson who's teaching their child, at home or whatever. I believe that what their resources they're using will be using that same vocabulary that we are mentioning. Anyone else have a thought or suggestion?
So Leslie, if I might ask a follow-up question, at the end of the day, are we just spinning our wheels here from your perspective on this?
I'm sorry, my internet must have broken up a little bit. One more time, please, Ken.
Well, what you say is very true. Teachers are going to look at that and likely get to understand totally what's being said.
Right.
Given that, are we wasting our time here? Are we spinning our wheels trying to decide whether concepts are mathematical or, what's the correct phrase?
I think it's been a worthy discussion because that allows us to look at other vocabulary that it's in the wording and, you know, be thoughtful and mindful of that. So I don't think it's a waste, but I kind of think that we're okay if we leave it with real world and mathematical and leave it that way, since that seems to be what they chose from previous standard wordings.
Yes, and I agree. Once we picked up on that pattern, then, you know, clearly that's been something that's established and recognized. I think my only question at this point is with this standard right here, just making sure we're being consistent and that people understand the intent, especially if you have a new teacher, that it isn't innate for quite yet. So I'll delete this comment, but I'll leave this one here for some consideration. Aside from that, we wrapped up the number system, we wrapped up the expressions and equations. That takes us back down to geometry, which we had already done. And lastly, we have statistics and probability, which are the 6th grade strand, 6th through 8th grade strand that stems from the K5 strand of measurement and data. So this is where the progression continues from 5th grade measurement and data to 6th grade statistics and probability, which I would probably, like I'm beating a dead horse, but I will probably bring up the question again of those geometry measurements in 5th grade, and now we're jumping to statistics and probability. So if we're talking about progression, that's not a logical flow to me, but if teachers know, if they've got it and they're ready and they can truck along with it, then I'm good with it.
I totally agree with you, Shannon. I don't see the progression. It just doesn't quite fit for me, but again, maybe some of the teachers that have been in the classroom for years can speak to this much better than I can.
This is Amy. This seems like one of those areas where it would make sense for it to be under either strand, perhaps. So I'm wondering if that becomes something that y'all might want to address in the introduction to the grade or the course of how some of these things are interrelated. But I'm really just drawing on how I think about some of the social studies standards where you might have economics that's very closely related to the standard on history, and you're thinking about how to weave those together and make it cohesive. So I just thought I'd throw that idea out there.
So I've pulled up the 6th grade introduction document as a point of reference for everyone, where I think we can make the obvious tie to the geometry, but just to review the statistics and probability. And I don't necessarily, you know, I have no problem with those things being covered in 5th grade and then moving to this stuff in 6th grade. It's all under the heading of math. But to lump them all under a very specific strand and discuss, you know, having to examine progression across that strand and going from, I mean, we were specifically recommended to look at that jump from 5th to 6th grade. I think this is definitely one of those areas that seems to be a disconnect for me.
So I just have a question for the faculty who are on the panel. In the course of a semester, when does this topic actually introduce to the students?
That would vary by LEA, depending on what instructional materials they adopt and depending on any scope and sequence they provide their teachers. It is not necessarily consistent statewide.
I'm just curious how much time it actually gets as a topic. Do we have an idea?
We can certainly have that down as a question for Virginia and Stephanie to respond to for next week. It is a good question, and just how much is it taught? How is it covered on the assessment? Maybe we could pull into the assessment blueprints to see how heavily is it weighted. That might be useful.
I'm just thinking about my own, teaching experience, and you sort of have in your mind, okay, these are the things that are the most important, and then, oh, by the way, if we have time, we're going to cover E, F, and G. And I'm, and again, that doesn't have anything to do with standards. It has to do with how something is implemented. But I'm really just curious whether this should be there. I'm not arguing that it shouldn't. I just don't see it. I'm sort of with Shannon. I just don't see how it fits.
So looking back at the progression in the 6th grade, these are the major topics that are covered and how they fit into the building into future grades or, connection to the previous grades. In reading the 6th grade geometry intro, a decent chunk of those 4th and 5th grade measurement and data standards much more segue into that 6th grade geometry introduction. So I don't know if there's some kind of split. I don't know if it matters in the long run, but in the interest of revision and looking at those progressions and looking at those links and getting those things cleaned up, that is an obvious disconnect.
If you look at the 7th grade, and I don't know about how much of what percent of the focus is, but geometry has 3 major standards. Statistics and probability has twice that many in the 7th grade. And then in the 8th, it's reversed again, and geometry has more of a focus just in terms of the number of standards. So there really isn't much of a pattern there.
I'll come out to the side of the 7th grade geometry and make a note to ask about, or we can email those to Catherine and have those included in the things that are sent to Dr. Kolich, but I will definitely make us a note as well. All right, so progression aside, we can still review the actual standards. Okay. And the standards themselves, we don't know, there was not significant adjustments to. All right, any further notes? Any further, I kind of view them as breadcrumbs for us to come back to after we've had our time for individual review and asking of questions, et cetera. Any other little breadcrumbs I can leave for us for future discussion? All right, as a couple items for recap, any individual questions that you have from today or that evolve over the next several days as you conduct your individual review and work on anything we've talked about today, as well as the remaining 7th through 12th grades. Those questions can be emailed to Catherine by Wednesday at lunchtime, and she will get those compiled and sent to Dr. Kolich on Thursday morning for review and her to be able to respond when we come back together for our next web meeting, which is next Friday at 9 o'clock. And everything that we did today was tentative. We made some notes. We kind of checked some things off the list as far as initial once-over review, and we can come back to any of this. We left some breadcrumbs, and we will next Friday, if we are comfortable, if we get to the point and someone wants to make a motion, we can vote on things either as one K-12 lump, everything we've done and talked about we're good to go with. We can break it into grade bands. We can break it into strands. Or if there's, if K-5 or K-12, we're good to go minus 1 or 2 standards, we can pull those out individually and ask for individual discussion and individual voting of however many standards that you'd like to pull from the larger chunk. And so you can be keeping that in mind as you go through your review and prepare for next Friday. Catherine or Amy or anyone I'm leaving out, is there any other items for discussion or wrap up for today?
I do not have anything to add other than saying thank you for all of your guys' work today. This process cannot happen without you, and we all know that we are doing this to benefit the kids of Tennessee. So thank you for all of your hard work today. And we look forward to connecting back with you this coming Friday.
I'd second that. It's been so interesting to hear everybody's different perspectives with your experience teaching and in local government and in business and all the different ways you've been involved with how math affects our students. And as Catherine said, we couldn't do this without you, and we value your perspectives so, so much. Thank you for your time. I know this is a long time to be on a WebEx. We wish we were enjoying your company in person this year, but unfortunately it was not to be. Feel free to email our staff, as we said, questions throughout the next week, and we look forward to chatting with you next Friday.
I want to say a big thank you to all of the state staff and to each of you. Thank you for working with me today. I will do my best to continue to try to help organize and keep this work moving. And I really appreciate everyone's time and certainly the expertise and the assistance. And I hope everyone has a really great weekend.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did a great job with a difficult environment.
Thank you. Have a good week.
Agreed. Thanks, Shannon.
Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you all.